Genesis chapter 1. The story of creation. In the beginning, when God created the heaven and the earth was without form or shape, with darkness over the abyss and a mighty wind sweeping over the waters. Then God said, "Let there be a light," and there was a light. God saw that the light was good. God then separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. Evening came, and the morning followed the first day. Then God said, "Let there be a dome in the middle of the waters to separate the one body of water from the others." God made the dome, and it separated the water below the dome from the water above the dome, and so it happened. God called the dome sky. Evening came, and the morning followed the second day. Then God said, "Let the water under the sky be gathered into a single basin, so that the dry land may appear, and so it happened. The water under the sky was gathered into its basin, and the dry land appeared. God called the dry land earth, and the basin of the water he called the sea. God saw that it was good. Then God said, "Let the earth bring forth vegetation, every kind of the plant that bears seed, and every kind of the fruit tree on earth that bears fruit with its seed in it." And so it happened. The earth brought forth every kind of the plant that bears seed, and every kind of the fruit tree on earth that bears fruit with its seed in it. God saw how good it was. Evening came, and the morning followed the third day. Then God said, "Let there be a light in the dome of the sky to separate the day from the night. Let them mark the seasons, the days, and the years, and serve as a light in the dome of the sky to illuminate the earth." And so it happened. God made the two great lights, the great one to govern the day, and the lesser one to govern the night, and the stars. God set them in the dome of the sky to illuminate the earth, to govern the day and the night, and to separate the light from the darkness. God saw that it was good. Evening came, and the morning followed the fourth day. Then God said, "Let the water teem with an abundance of the living creature, and on the earth let birds fly beneath the dome of the sky." God created the great sea monsters and all kinds of the crawling living creatures with which the water teems, and all kinds of the winged birds. God saw that it was good. And God blessed them, saying, "Be fertile, multiply, and fill the water of the seas, and let the birds multiply on the earth." Evening came, and the morning followed the fifth day. Then God said, "Let the earth bring forth every kind of the living creature, tame animals, crawling things, and every kind of the wild animal." And so it happened. God made every kind of the wild animal, every kind of the tame animal, and every kind of the things that crawls on the ground. God saw that it was good. Then God said, "Let us make human beings in our image, after our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, the birds of the air, the tame animals, all the wild animals, and all the creation that crawls on the earth." God created mankind in his image. In the image of the God he created them. Male and female he created them. God blessed them, and God said to them, "Be fertile and multiply, fill the earth and subdue it. Have dominion over the fish of the sea, the birds of the air, and all the living things that crawl on the earth." God also said, "See, I give you every seed-bearing plant on the earth, and every tree that has seed-bearing fruit on it to be your food. And to all the wild animals, all the birds of the air, and all the living creatures that crawl on the earth, I give all the green plants for food." And so it happened. God looked at everything he had made and found it very good. Evening came and morning followed the sixth day. Genesis chapter 2. Thus the heaven and the earth and all their array were completed. On the seventh day God completed the work he had been doing. He rested on the seventh day from all the work he had undertaken. God blessed the seventh day and made it holy, because only he rested from all the work he had done in creation. The Garden of Eden. This is the story of the heaven and the earth at their creation, when the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. There was no field, the shrub on earth, and no grass of the field had sprouted, for the Lord God had sent no rain upon the earth, and there was no man to till the ground. But a stream was welling up out of the earth and watering all the surface of the ground. Then the Lord God formed the man out of the dust of the ground and blew into his nostrils the breath of the life, and the man became a living being. The Lord God planted a garden in Eden in the east, and placed there the man whom he had formed. Out of the ground the Lord God made grow every tree that was delightful to look at and good for food, with the tree of the life in the middle of the garden, and the tree of the knowledge of the good and evil. A river rises in Eden to water the garden. Beyond there it divides and becomes 4 branches. The name of the first is Pishon. It is the one that winds through the whole land of the Havilah, where there is gold. The gold of the land is good. Bethlehem and Lapis Lazuli are also there. The name of the second river is Gahon. It is the one that winds all through the land of the Cush. The name of the third river is Tigris. It is the one that flows east of the Ashur. The fourth river is Euphrates. The Lord God then took the man and settled him in the Garden of the Eden to cultivate and care for it. The Lord God gave the man this order: "You are free to eat from any of the tree of the gardens, except the tree of the knowledge of the good and the evil. From that tree you shall not eat. When you eat from it, you shall die." The Lord God said, "It is not good for the man to be alone. I will make a helper suited to him." So the Lord God formed out of the ground all the wild animals and all the birds of the air, and he brought them to Dan to see what he would call them. Whatever the man called its living creature was then its name. The man gave name to all cattle, all the birds of the air, and all the wild animals, but none proved to be a suitable partner for the man. So the Lord God cast a deep sleep on the man, and while he was asleep, he took out one of his ribs and closed up its place with the flesh. The Lord God then built up into a woman the rib that he had taken from the man when he brought her to the man. The man said, "This one at last is bone of my bones and the flesh of my flesh. This one shall be called a woman, for out of man this one has been taken." That is why a man leaves his father and mother and clings to his wife, and the two of them become one body. The man and his wife were both naked, yet they felt no shame. Genesis chapter 3, Expulsion from Eden. Now the snake was most cunning of all the wild animals that Lord God had made. He asked the woman, "Did God really say, 'You shall not eat from any of the trees in the garden'?" The woman answered the snake, "We may eat of the fruit of the tree in the garden. It is only about the fruit of the tree in the middle of the garden that God said, 'You shall not eat it or even touch it, or else you will die.'" But the snake said to the woman, "You certainly will not die. God knows well that when eat of it, your eyes will be opened and you will be like gods who know good and evil. The woman saw that tree was good for food and pleasing to the eyes, and the tree was desirable for gaining wisdom. So she took some of its fruit and ate it. And she also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it. Then the eyes of the both of them were opened, and they knew that they were naked. So they sewed the fig leaves together and made the loin clothes for themselves. When they heard the sound of the Lord God walking about in the garden at the breeze time of the day, the man and his wife hid themselves from the Lord God among the trees of the garden. The Lord God then called to the man and asked him, "Where are you?" He answered, "I heard you in the garden, but I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid." Then God asked, "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree of which I had forbidden you to eat?" The man replied, "The woman whom you put here with me, she gave me a fruit from the tree, so I ate it." The Lord God then asked the woman, "What is this you have done?" The woman answered, "The snake tricked me, so I ate it." Then the Lord God said to the snake, "Because you have done this, cursed are you among all the animals, tame or wild. On your belly you shall crawl, and dust you shall eat, all the day of your lives. I'll put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. They will strike at your head, while you strike at their heels." To the woman he said, "I'll intensify your toil in childbearing. In pain you shall bring forth children, yet your old shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you." To the man he said, "Because you listened to your wife and ate from the tree about which I commanded you, you shall not eat from it. Cursed is the ground because of you. In toil you shall eat its yield all the day of your life. Thorns and thistles it shall bear for you, and you shall eat the grass of the field. By the sweat of your brow you shall eat bread until you return to the ground from which you were taken. For you are dust, and to dust you shall return." The man gave his wife the name Eve because she was the mother of all the living. The Lord God made for the man and his wife a garment of the skin with which he clothed them. Then the Lord God said, "See, the man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. Now what if he also reached out his hand to take fruit from the tree of the life, and eat of it, and lives forever?" The Lord God therefore banished him from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from which he had taken. He expelled the man, stationing the cherubim and the fiery revolving sword east of the Garden of Eden to guard the way to the tree of the life. Genesis chapter 4, Cain and Abel. The man had intercourse with his wife Eve, and she conceived and gave birth to Cain, saying, "I have produced a male child with the help of the Lord." Next, she gave birth to his brother Abel. Abel became a herder of the flocks, and Cain tiller of the ground. In the course of time, Cain brought an offering to the Lord from the fruit of the ground, while Abel, for his part, brought the fatty portion of the first rings of his flock. The Lord looked with favor on Abel and his offering, but on Cain and his offering he did not look with favor. So Cain was very angry and dejected. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Why are you angry? Why are you dejected? If you act rightly, you will be accepted, but if not, sin lies in wait at the door. It always is for you, yet you can rule over it." Cain said to his brother Abel, "Let us go out in the field." When they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord asked Cain, "Where is your brother Abel?" He answered, "I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper?" God then said, "What have you done? Your brother's blood cried out to me from the ground. Now you are banned from the ground that opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. If you till the ground, it shall no longer give you its produce. You shall become a constant wanderer on the earth." Cain said to the Lord, "My punishment is too great to bear. Look, you have not banished me from the ground. I must avoid you and be a constant wanderer on the earth. Anyone may kill me at sight." Not so, the Lord said to him, "If anyone kills Cain, Cain shall be avenged 7 times. So the Lord put a mark on Cain, so that no one would kill him at sight. Cain then left the Lord's presence and settled in the land of the north, east of Eden, descendant of the Cain and Seth. Cain had intercourse with his wife, and she conceived and bore Enoch. Cain also became the founder of the city, which he named after his son Enoch. To Enoch was born Irad, and Irad became the father of the Mehujael. Mehujael became the father of the Methuselah, and Methuselah became the father of the Lamech. Lamech took 2 wives. The name of the first was Ada, and the name of the second Zillah. Ada gave birth to Jabal, who became the ancestor of those who dwell in tents and keep the livestock. His brother's name was Jubal, who became the ancestor of all who play the lyre and the lead pipe. Zillah, on her part, gave birth to the Tubal-Cain, the ancestor of all who forge the instrument of the bronze and the irons. The sister of the Tubal-Cain was Namar. Lamech said to his wives, "Ada and Zillah, hear my voice. Wives of the Lamech, listen to my utterance. I have killed a man for wounding me, a young man for bruising me. If Cain is avenged 7 times, then Lamech 77 times. Adam again had intercourse with his wife, and she gave birth to a son whom she called Seth. God said, "Grant me another offspring in place of the Abel," she said, because Cain killed him. To Seth, in turn, a son was born, and he named him Enosh. At that time, people began to invoke the Lord by name. Genesis chapter 5, Generation Adam to Noah. This is the record of the descendant of the Adam. When the God created human beings, he made them in the likeness of God. He created them male and female. When they were created, he blessed them and named them humankind. Adam was 130 years old when he begat a son in his likeness, after his image, and he named him Seth. Adam lived 800 years after he begat Seth, and he had other sons and daughters. The whole lifetime of Adam was 930 years, then he died. When Seth was 105 years old, he begat Enosh. Seth lived 807 years after he begat Enosh, and he had other sons and daughters. The whole lifetime of Seth was 912 years, then he died. When Enosh was 90 years old, he begat Canaan. Enosh lived 815 years after he begat Canaan, and he had other sons and daughters. The whole lifetime of Enosh was 905 years, then he died. When Canaan was 70 years old, he begat Mahalalel. Canaan lived 840 years after he begat Mahalalel, and he had other sons and daughters. The whole lifetime of Canaan was 910 years, then he died. When Mahalalel was 65 years old, he begat Jared. Mahalalel lived 830 years after he begat Jared, and he had other sons and daughters. The whole lifetime of the Mahalalel was 895 years, then he died. When Jared was 162 years old, he begat Enoch. Jared lived 800 years after he begat Enoch, and he had other sons and daughters. The whole lifetime of the Jared was 962 years, then he died. When Enoch was 65 years old, he begat Methuselah. Enoch walked with God after he begat Methuselah for 300 years, and he had other sons and daughters. The whole lifetime of the Enoch was 365 years. Enoch walked with God, and he was no longer here, for God took him. When Methuselah was 187 years old, he begat Lamech. Methuselah lived 782 years after he begat Lamech, and he had other sons and daughters. The whole lifetime of the Methuselah was 969 years, then he died. When Lamech was 182 years old, he begat a son, and named him Noah, saying, "This one shall bring us relief from our work and the toil of our hands, out of the very ground that the Lord has put under our curse." Lamech lived 595 years after he begat Noah, and he had other sons and daughters. The whole lifetime of the Lamech was 777 years, then he died. When Noah was 500 years old, he begat Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Genesis chapter 6, Origin of the Nephilim. When human beings began to grow numerous on the earth and daughters were born to them, the Son of God saw how beautiful the daughters of the human being were, and so they took for their wives whomever they pleased. Then the Lord said, "My spirit shall not remain in human beings forever, because they are only flesh. Their days shall comprise 120 years." The Nephilim appeared on earth in those days, as well as later, after the Son of God had intercourse with the daughter of the human beings, who bore them sons. They were the hero of the old, the men of the renown. Warning of the floods. When the Lord saw how great the wickedness of the human being was on earth, and how every desire that their heart conceived was always nothing but evil, the Lord regretted making human beings on the earth, and his heart was grieved. So the Lord said, "I will wipe out from the earth the human beings I have created, and not only human beings, but also the animals and the crawling things and the birds of the air, for I regret that I made them." But Noah found favor with the Lord. These are the descendants of the Noah. Noah was a righteous man and blameless in his generation. Noah walked with God. Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. But the earth was corrupt in the view of the God, and full of the lawlessness. When God saw how corrupt the earth had become, since all mortals had corrupted their ways on earth, God said to Noah, "I see that the end of all mortals has come, for the earth is full of lawlessness because of them, so I am going to destroy them with the earth." Preparation for the floods. Make yourself an ark of the gopher wood. Equip the ark with the various compartments and cover it inside and out with pitch. This is how you shall build it. The length of the ark will be 300 cubits, its width 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits. Make an offering for the daylight and finish the ark a cubit above it. Put the ark entrance on each side. You will make it with the bottom, second, and the third decks. I, on my part, am about to bring the flood water on the earth to destroy all creation under the sky. In which there is a breath of life, everything on earth shall perish. I'll establish my covenant with you. You shall go into the ark, you and your son, your wife and your son's wives with you. Of your living creature you shall bring two of every kind of into the ark, one male and one female, to keep them alive along with you. Of every kind of the bird, of every kind of the animal, of every kind of the things that crawls on the ground, two of each will come to you, that you may keep them alive. Moreover, you are to provide yourself with all the food that is to be eaten, and straw it away, that is may serve as a provision for you and for them. Noah complied. He did just as God had commanded him. Genesis chapter 7. Then the Lord said to Noah, Go into the ark, you and you all your household, for you alone in this generation have I found to be righteous before me. Of every clean animal take with you 7 bears, a male and its mate, and of the unclean animals 1 pair, or male and its mate. Likewise, of every clean bird of the air 7 pairs, a male and a female, and of the unclean birds 1 pair, a male and a female. Thus you will keep their issue alive over all the earth. For 7 days from now I'll bring rain down on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. So I will wipe out from the face of the earth every being that I have made. Noah complied just as the Lord had commanded. The great flood. Noah was 600 years old when the flood came upon the earth, together with his sons, his wife, and his son's wives. Noah went into the ark because of the water of the flood. Of the clean animals and the unclean, of the birds, and of the everything that crawls on the ground. 2 by 2, male and female, came to Noah into the ark, just as God had commanded him. When the 7 days were over, the waters of the flood came upon the earth. In the 600th year of the Noah's life, in the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the month, on that day, all the fountain of the great abyss burst forth, and the floodgate of the sky were opened. For 40 days and 40 nights, heavy rain poured down on the earth. On the very same day, Noah and his sons Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of the Noah's sons had entered the ark. Together with every kind of the wild animals, every kind of the tame animal, every kind of the crawling things that crawls on the earth, and every kind of the bird. Bears of the all creature in which there was the breath of the life came to Noah into the ark. Those that entered were male and female. Of all the creature they came, as God had commanded Noah. Then the Lord shut him in. The flood continued upon the earth for the 40 days. As the waters increased, they lifted the ark, so that it rose above the earth. The waters swelled and increased greatly on the earth, but the ark floated on the surface of the waters. Higher and higher on the earth the waters swelled, until all the highest mountains under the heavens were submerged. The waters swelled 15 cubits higher than the submerged mountains. All creation that moved on earth perished, birds, tame animals, wild animals, and all that teems on the earth, as well as all humankind. Everything on dry land with the breath of the life in its nostril died. The Lord wiped out every being on earth, human being and animals, the crawling things and the birds of the air. All were wiped out from the earth. Only Noah and those with him in the ark were left. And when the waters had swelled on the earth for 150 days. Genesis chapter 8. God remembered Noah and all the animals, wild and tame, that were with him in the ark. So God made wind sweep over the earth, and the waters began to subside. The fountains of the abyss and the floodgate of the sky were closed, and the downpour from the sky was held back. Gradually, the water receded from the earth. At the end of the 150 days, the waters had so diminished that in the seventh month, on the 17th day of the month, the ark came to rest on the mountain of the Ararat. The waters continued to diminish until the 10th month, and on the first day of the 10th month, the tops of the mountain appeared. At the end of the 40 days, Noah opened the hatch of the ark that he had made, and he released the raven. It flew back and forth until the waters dried up from the earth. Then he released the dove to see if the waters had lessened on the earth. But the dove could find no place to perch, and it returned to him in the ark, for there was water over the earth. Putting out his hand, he caught the dove and drew it back to him inside the ark. He waited yet 7 days more and again released the dove from the ark. In the evening the dove came back to him, and there in its bill was a plucked of olive leaves. So Noah knew that the waters had diminished on the earth. He waited yet another 7 days and then released the dove, but this time it did not come back. In the 601st year, in the first month, on the first day of the month, the water began to dry up on the earth. Noah then removed the covering of the ark, and saw that the surface of the ground had dried. In the second month, on the 27 days of the month, the earth was dry. Then God said to Noah, "Go out of the ark together with your wife and your son and your son's wives. Bring out with you every living thing that is with you, all created, be they birds or animals or crawling things that crawl on the earth. And let them abound on the earth and be fertile and multiply on it." So Noah came out together with his son and his wife and his son's wives, and all animals, all the birds, all the crawling creatures that crawl on the earth went out of the ark by families. Then Noah built an altar to the Lord, and choosing from every clean animal and every clean bird, he offered the burnt offering on the altar. When the Lord smelled the sweet odor, the Lord said to himself, "Never again will I curse the ground because of human beings, since the desire of the human heart are evil from youth, nor will I ever again strike down every living being as I have done. All the day of the earth, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter." Genesis chapter 9. Covenant with Noah. God blessed Noah and his son and said to them, "Be fertile and multiply and fill the earth. Fear and dread of you shall come upon all the animals of the earth and all birds of the air, upon all the creatures that move about on the ground and all the fish of the sea. Into your power they are delivered. All living creatures that moves about shall be yours to eat. I give them all to you as I did the green plants. Only meat with its lifeblood still in it you shall not eat. Indeed, for your own lifeblood I will demand an accounting. From every animal I will demand it, and from a human being each one for the blood of the another I will demand an accounting for human life. Anyone who shed the blood of the human being, by a human being shall that one's blood be shed. For in the image of the God have human beings been made. Be fertile then and multiply, abound on earth and subdue it. God said to Noah and to his son with him, "See, I am now establishing my covenant with you and your descendants after young, and with every living creature that was with you, the birds, the tame animals, and all the wild animals that were with you, all that come out of the ark. I will establish my covenant with you that never again shall all creation be destroyed by the word of the flood. There shall not be another flood to devastate the earth. God said, this is the sign of the covenant that I am making between me and you and every living creature with you for all ages to come. I set my bow in the cloud to serve as a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. So when I bring cloud over the earth and the bow appears in the clouds, I will remember my covenant between me and you and everything created, every mortal being, so that the waters will never again become a flood to destroy every mortal being. When the bow appears in the clouds, I will see it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature, every mortal being that is on earth. God told Noah, this is a sign of the covenant I will establish between me and every mortal being that is on earth. Noah and his sons. The son of Noah who came out of the ark were Shem, Ham, Japheth. Ham was the father of the Canaan. The three were the son of the Noah, and from them the whole earth was populated. Noah, a man of the soil, was the first to plant the vineyard. He drank some of the wine, became drunk, and lay naked inside his tent. Ham, the father of the Canaan, saw his father's nakedness, and he told his two brothers outside. Shem and Japheth, however, took a robe and holding it on their shoulders, they walked backward and covered their father's nakedness. Since their faces were turned the other way, they did not see their father's nakedness. When Noah woke up from his wine and learned what his youngest son had done to him, he said, "Cursed be Canaan, the lowest of the slaves shall he be to his brothers." He also said, "Blessed be the Lord, the God of Shem, let Canaan be his slave." May God expand Japheth, and may he dwell among the tents of the Shem, and let Canaan be his slave. Noah lived 350 years after the flood. The whole lifetime of the Noah was 950 years. Then he died. Genesis chapter 10, Table of the Nation. These are the descendants of the Noah's sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, to whom children were born after the flood. The descendants of the Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. The descendants of the Gomer, Ashkenaz, Dirphas, and Togarmah. The descendants of the Javan, Elisha, Tashish, the Kittim, and the Rodanims. From these branched out the maritime nations. These are the descendants of the Japheth by their rank, each with its own ranges according to their clans by their nations. The descendants of the Ham, Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. The descendants of the Cush, Seba, Havilah, Sabtas, Lama, and Sabtika. The descendants of the Lama, Sheba, and Dedan. Cush became the father of the Nimrod, who was the first to become a mighty warrior on earth. He was a mighty hunter in eyes of the Lord, hence the saying, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter in the eyes of the Lord. His kingdom originated in Babylon, Iraq, and Akkad, all of them in the land of the Shinar. From that land he went first to Assyria, where he built the Ninevehs, Rehoboth, Ir, and Calah. As well as the region between the Nineveh and Calah, the latter being the principal cities. Mizraim became the father of the Ludim, the Anamim, the Lehabim, the Naphtalims, the Pachurim, the Kashurim, and the Kaptorim, from whom the Philistine came. Canaan became the father of the Sidon, his firstborn, and the Heth, also of the Jebusite, the Amorite, the Girashite, the Hivite, the Akatite, the Sinite, the Arvadite, the Jemarite, the Hamarsite, Afterward, the clan of the Canaanites spread out, so that the Canaanite border extended from the Sidon all the way to the Gira near Gaza, and all the way of the Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and the Zeboim near Lassa. These are the descendants of the Ham according to the clans, according to their language, by their lands, by their nations. To Shem also Japheth's oldest brother and the ancestor of the children Eber's children were born. The descendants of the Shem, Elam, Ashurah, Apachshad, Lud, and Aram. The descendants of the Aram, Uz, Hur, Geder, and Mash. Apachshad became the father of the Shelah, and the Shelah became the father of the Eber. To Eber 2 sons was born. The name of the first was Peleg, for in his time the world was divided, and the name of his brother was Joktan. Joktan became the father of the Almodad, Shalap, Hazamaves, Jera. Hadoram, Uzal, Dikala, Obal, Abimelech, Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, and Jobah. All these were descendants of the Joktan. Their settlement extended all the way from the Mesha to the Sephor, the eastern hill countries. These are the descendants of the Shem according to their clan, according to their language, by their lands, by their nations. These are the clan of the Noah's sons according to their origin and by their nation. From these nations of the earth branched out after the floods. Genesis chapter 11, Tower of the Babel. The whole world had the same language and the same words. When they were migrating from the east, they came to a valley in the land of the Shinar and settled there. They said to the one another, "Come, let us mold the brick and harden them with fire." They used brick for stone and bitumen for the mortar. Then they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the sky, and so make a name for ourselves. Otherwise we shall be scattered all over the earth." The Lord came down to see the city and the tower that the people had built. Then the Lord said, "If now, while they are one people and all have the same language, they have started to do this, nothing they presume to do will be out of their reach. Come, let us go down, and they are confused their language, so that no one will understand the speech of the another." So the Lord scattered them from there over all the earth, and they stopped building the city. That is why it was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the speech of all the world. From there the Lord scattered them over all the earth. Descended from Shem to Abraham. These are the descendants of the Shem. When Shem was 100 years old, he begat Apachshad 2 years after the flood. Shem lived 500 years after he begat Apachshad, and he had other sons and daughters. When the Apachshad was 35 years old, he begat Shelah. Apachshad lived 403 years after he begat Shelah, and he had other sons and daughters. When Shelah was 30 years old, he begat Eber. Shelah lived 403 years after he begat Eber, and he had other sons and daughters. When Eber was 34 years old, he begat Peleg. Eber lived 430 years after he begat Peleg. He had other sons and daughters. When Peleg was 30 years old, he begat Lu. Peleg lived 209 years after he begat Lu, and he had other sons and daughters. When Lu was 32 years old, he begat Serug. Lu lived 207 years after he begat Serug, and he had other sons and daughters. When Serug was 30 years old, he begat Nahor. Serug lived 200 years after he begat Nahor, and he had other sons and daughters. When Nahor was 29 years old, he begat Terah. Nahor lived 119 years after he begat Terah, and he had other sons and daughters. When Terah was 70 years old, he begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Terah These are descendants of the Terah. Terah begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran, and Haran begat Lot. Haran died before Terah, his father, in his native land in Ur of the Chaldeans. Abram and Nahor took wives. The name of the Abram wife was Sarai, and the name of the Nahor wife was Milcah, daughter of the Haran, the father of the Milcah and Issachar. Sarai was barren, she had no child. Terah took his son Abram, his grandson Lot, son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, the wife of his son Abram, and brought them out of the Ur of the Chaldeans to go to the land of the Canaanites. But when they reached Haran, they settled there. The lifetime of Terah was 205 years. Then Terah died in Haran. Genesis chapter 12, Abram call and migration. The Lord said to Abram, go forth from your land, your relatives, and from your father's house to the land that I'll show you. I'll make of you a great nation, and I'll bless you. I'll make your name great, so that you will be blessing. I'll bless those who bless you, and curse those who curse you. All the family of the earth will find a blessing in you. Abram went as the Lord directed him, and the Lord went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he left Haran. Abram took his wife Sarai, his brother's son Lot, all the possessions that they had accumulated, and the portion they had acquired in Haran. And they set out for the land of the Canaan. When they came to the land of the Canaanites, Abram passed through the land as far as the sacred place at the Shechem by the oak of the Moreh. The Canaanites were then in the land. The Lord appeared to Abram and said, to your descendants I will give this land. So Abram built an altar there to the Lord who had appeared to him. From there he moved on to the hill country east of the Bethel, pitching his tent with the Bethel to the west and Ai to the east. He built an altar there to the Lord and invoked the Lord by name. Then Abram journeyed on by the stage to the Negev. Abram and Sarai in Egypt. There was a famine in the land, so Abram went down to Egypt to sojourn there, since the famine in the land was severe. When he was about to enter Egypt, he said to his wife Sarai, I know that you are a beautiful woman. When the Egyptians see you, they will say, she is his wife, then they will kill me, but let you live. Please say, therefore, that you are my sister, so that I may fare well on your account, and my life may be spared for your sake. When Abram arrived in Egypt, the Egyptians saw that the woman was very beautiful. When Pharaoh officials saw her, they praised her to the Pharaoh, and the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. Abram fared well on the account, and he acquired sheep, oxen, male and female servant, male and female donkeys, and camels. But the Lord struck the Pharaoh and his household with severe plagues because of the Sarai, Abram's wife. The Pharaoh summoned Abram and said to him, how could you do this to me? Why did you not tell me she was your wife? Why did you say she is my sister, so that I took her for my wife? Now here is your wife, take her and live. Then Pharaoh gave his men orders concerning Abram, and they sent him away with his wife and all that belonged to him. Genesis chapter 13, Abram and Lot part. From Egypt, Abram went up to the Negev with his wife and all that belonged to him, and Lot went with him. Now Abram was very rich in livestock, silver, and gold. From the Negev he traveled by stage toward Bethel, to the place between Bethel and Ai, where his tent had formerly stood, the site where he had first built the altar, and there Abram invoked the Lord by names. Lot, who went with Abram, also had flocks and herds and tents, so that the land could not support them if they stayed together. Their possession was so great that they could not live together. They were quarrel between the holders of the Abraham livestock and the holders of the Lot livestock. At this time, the Canaanite and the Perizzite were living in the land. So Abraham said to Lot, let there be no strife between you and me, or between your holders and my holders, for we are kindred. Is not the whole land available? Please separate from me. If you prefer the left, I will go to the right. If you prefer the right, I will go to the left. Lot looked about and saw how abundantly watered the whole Jordan plain was as far as Jorah, like the Lord's own garden, or like Egypt. This was before the Lord had destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. Lot therefore chose for himself and the whole Jordan plain and set out eastward. Thus they separated from each other. Abraham settled in the land of the Canaan, while Lot settled among the cities of the plain, pitching his tent near Sodom. Now the inhabitants of the Sodom were wicked, great sinners against the Lord. After Lot had parted from him, the Lord said to Abraham, look about you, and from where you are, gaze to the north and south, east and west. All the land of the youth I'll give to you and your descendants forever. I'll make your descendants like the dust of the earth. If anyone could count the dust of the earth, your descendants too might be counted. Get up and walk through the land across its length and breadth, for I give it to you. Abraham moved his tent and went on to the cedar near the ark of the Mamres, which is at the Hebron. There we built an altar to the Lord. Genesis chapter 14, the four kings. When Amraphel, king of the Shinar, Arico, king of the Elasar, Chedorlaomer, king of the Elam, and the Tidal, king of the Goims, made war on the Bela, king of the Sodom, Bosha, king of the Gomorrah, Nab, king of the Admah, Shemibor, king of the Zebodim, and the king of the Bela, that is Joras. All the red king joined the force in the valley of the Siddim, that is the Salt Sea. For 12 years they had sold the Chedorlaomers, but in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year the Chedorlaomer and the king of the arrived with him came and defeated the Rephaim in the Eshtotores, Canaim, the Dream in Ham, the Emim in Shev Kariatims, and the Horite in the hill country of the Serah as far as El Paran, closed by wilderness. Then they turned back and came to Amni Shaphat, that is Kadesh, and they subdued the whole country of both the Amalekite and the Amorite who live in the Hajon Tamar. Terah-Opron, the king of the Sodom, the king of the Gomorrah, the king of the Admah, the king of the Zeboim, the king of the Bela, that is Jorah, marched out, and in the valley of the Siddim they went into the battle against them. Against Chedorlaomer, king of the Elam, Tidal, king of the Goim, Amraphel, king of the Shinar, and the Ariok, king of the Elijah, 4 kings against 5. Now the valley of the Siddim was full of the bitumen pit, and as king of the Sodom and the king of the Gomorrah fled, they fell into the ditch, while the rest fled to the mountains. The victor seized all the possession and the food supplies of the Sodom and the Gomorrah, and then went their ways. They took with them Abram's nephew Lot, who had been living in the Sodom, as well as his possession, and departed. A survivor came and brought the news to the Abraham and the Hebrew, who was camping at the ark of the Mamre the Amorite, the kinsman of the Eshcol and the Anors. These were allies of the Abraham. When Abraham heard that his kinsman had been captured, he mustered 318 of his retainers, born in his house, and went in pursuit as far as Dan. He and his servant deployed against them at night, defeated them, and pursued them as far as Hobah, which is north of the Damascus. He recovered all the possession. He also recovered his kinsmen Lot and his possession along with the woman and the other people. When Abraham returned from the defeat of the Chedorlaomer and the king of who were allied with him, the king of Sodom went out to greet him in the valley of the Saveh, that is the king of the valleys. Melchizedek, king of the Salem, brought out the bread and the wine. He was a priest of the God, the Most High. He blessed Abraham with these words: Blessed be Abraham by God Most High, the creator of the heaven and earth. And blessed be God Most High, who delivered your foes into your hand. Then Abraham gave him a tenth of the everything. The king of the Sodom said to Abraham, Give me the captives, the goods you may keep. But Abraham replied to king of the Sodom, I have sworn to the Lord God Most High, the creator of the heaven and earth, that I would not take so much as the thread or sandal strap from anything that is yours, so that you cannot say, I made Abraham rich. Nothing for me except what my servant have consumed and the share that is due to the man who went with me. Anna, Eshcol, and Mamre, let them take their share. Chapter Genesis 15, Covenant with Abraham. Sometime afterward, the word of the Lord came to Abraham in a vision. Do not fear, Abraham, I am your shield. I make your reward very great. But Abraham said, Lord God, what can you give me if I die childless and have only a servant of my household, Eliezer of the Damascus? Abraham continued, Look, you have given me no offspring, so a servant of my household will be my heirs. Then the word of the Lord came to him, No, that one will not be your heir. Your own offspring will be your heirs. He took him outside and said, Look up at the sky and count the stars, if you can just so. He added, Will your descendant be? Abraham put his faith in the Lord, who attributed it to him as an act of the righteousness. He then said to him, I am the Lord who brought you from Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land as possession. Lord God, he asked, How will I know that I will possess it? He answered him, Bring me a 3-year-old heifer, a 3-year-old female goat, a 3-year-old ram, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. He brought him all these, split them in two, and placed each half opposite to others, but the birds he did not corrupt. Birds of the prey swooped down on the carcasses, but Abraham scared them away. As the sun was about to set, a deep sleep fell down Abraham, and a great dark dread descended upon him. Then the Lord said to Abraham, Know for certain that your descendant will reside as aliens in a land not their own, where they shall be enslaved and oppressed for 400 years. But I'll bring judgment on the nation they must serve, and after this they will go out with great health. You, however, will go to your ancestor in peace. You will be buried at a ripe old age. In fourth generation, your descendant will return here, for the wickedness of the Amorite is not yet complete. When the sun had set and it was dark, there appeared a smoking fire pot and a flaming torch, which passed between those pieces. On that day the Lord made a covenant with Abraham, saying, To your descendant I give this land from the Wadi of Egypt to the great river, the Euphrates, the land of the Kenites, the Kenizzites, the Cadmonites, in Hittite, the Perizzite, the Rephaim, the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Girashite, and the Jebusite. Genesis chapter 16, birth of the Ishmael. Abraham's wife Sarai had borne him no children. Now she had an Egyptian maidservant named Hagar. Sarai said to Abraham, "The Lord has kept me from bearing children. Have intercourse with my maid. Perhaps I will have sons through her." Abraham obeyed Sarai. Thus, after Abraham had lived 10 years in the land of the Canaan, his wife Sarai took her maid, Hagar the Egyptian, and gave her to her husband Abraham to be his wife. He had intercourse with her and she became pregnant. As soon as Hagar knew she was pregnant, her mistress lost stature in her eyes. So Sarai said to Abraham, "This outrage against me in your fault. I myself gave my maid to your embrace, but ever since she knew she was pregnant, I have lost the stature in her eyes. May the Lord decide between you and me." Abraham told Sarai, Your maid is in your power. Do to her what you regard as right." Sarai then mistreated her so much that Hagar ran away from her. The Lord angel found her by a spring in the wilderness, the spring on the road to Shur. And he asked Hagar, maid of the Sarai, "Where have you come from and where are you going?" She answered, "I am running away from my mistress Sarai." But Lord angel told her, "Go back to your mistress and submit to her authorities. I'll make your descendants so numerous," added the Lord angel, "that they will be too many to count." Then the Lord angel said to her, "You are now pregnant and shall bear a son. You shall name him Ishmael, for the Lord has heeded your affliction. He shall be a wild ass of the man, his hand against everyone, and everyone's hand against him. Alongside all his kindred shall he encamp." To the Lord who spoke to her, she gave a name, saying, "You are God who sees me." She meant, "Have I really seen God and remained alive after he saw me?" That is why the well is called Beer Alai Lois. It is between Kadesh and Berit. Hagar bore Abraham a son, and Abraham named the son whom Hagar bore him Ishmael. Abraham was 86 years old when Hagar bore him Ishmael. Genesis chapter 17, Covenant of the Circumcision. When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to Abram and said, "I am God Almighty. Walk in my presence and be blameless. Between you and me I establish my covenant, and I will multiply you exceedingly." Abram fell face down, and God said to him, "For my part, here is my covenant with you. You are to become the father of the multitude of nations. No longer will you be called Abram, your name will be Abraham, for I am making you the father of the multitude of the nations. I'll make you exceedingly fertile. I'll make a nation of you. Kings will stand from you. I'll maintain my covenant between me and you and your descendants after you throughout the ages, as an everlasting covenant, to be your God and the God of your descendants after you. I'll give to you and to your descendants after you the land in which you are now residing as aliens, the whole land of the Canaan as a permanent possession, and I will be their God." God said to Abraham, "For your part, you and your descendants after you must keep my covenant throughout the ages." This is the covenant between me and you and your descendant after you that you must keep. Every male among you shall be circumcised. Circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, that will be the sign of the covenant between me and you. Throughout the ages, every male among you, when he is 8 days old, shall be circumcised, including houseborn slaves and those acquired with money from any foreigner who is not of your descendant. Yes, both the houseborn slave and those acquired with money must be circumcised. Thus my covenant will be in your flesh as an everlasting covenant. If a male is uncircumcised, that is, if the flesh of his foreskin has not been cut away, such a one will be cut off from his peoples. He has broken my covenant. God further said to Abraham, as for Sarai, your wife, do not call her Sarai, her name will be Sarah. I'll bless her and I'll give you a son by her. Her also will I bless. She will give rise to nations, and the rule of the peoples will issue from her. Abraham fell face down and laughed as he said to himself, can a child be born to a man who is 100 years old? Can Sarah give birth at 90? So Abraham said to God, if only Ishmael could live in your favor. God replied, even so, your wife Sarah is to bear your son, and you shall call him Isaac. It is with him that I will maintain my covenant as an everlasting covenant, and with his descendant after him. Now as for Ishmael, I will heed you. I hereby bless him. I will make him fertile and will multiply him exceedingly. He will become the father of the 12 chieftains, and I will make of him a great nation. But my covenant I will maintain with Isaac, whom Sarah shall bear to you by this time next year. When he had finished speaking with Abraham, God departed from him. Then Abraham took his son Ishmael and all his slaves, whether born in his house or acquired with his money, every male among the members of the Abraham household, and he circumcised the flesh of their foreskin on the same day, as God had told him to do. Abraham was 99 years old when the flesh of the foreskin was circumcised. And his son Ishmael was 13 years old when the flesh of the foreskin was circumcised. Thus on that same day Abraham and his son Ishmael were circumcised. And all the males of his household, including the slaves born in his house or acquired with this money from foreigners, were circumcised with him. Genesis chapter 18, Abraham and visitors. The Lord appeared to Abraham by ark of the Mamre as he sat in the entrance of his tent while the day was growing hot. Looking up, he saw 3 men standing near him. When he saw them, he ran from the entrance of the tent to greet them and bowing to the ground. He says, if it please you, do not go on past your servant. Let some water be brought that you may bathe your feet and then rest under the trees. Now that you have come to your servant, let me bring you a little food, that you may refresh yourselves. And afterward you may go on your ways. Very well, they replied, do as you have said. Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah and said, quick, 3 measures of the brown flour. Knead it and make bread. He ran to the hold, picked out the tenderest, choice calves, and gave it to the servant, who quickly prepared it. Then he got some clothes and milk, as well as the calf that had been prepared, and set these before them, waiting on them under the tree while they ate. Where is your wife Sarah? They asked him. There in the tent, he replied. One of them said, I will return to you about this time next year, and Sarah will then have a son. Sarah was listening at the entrance of the tent, just behind him. Now Abram and Sarah were old, advanced in years, and Sarah had stopped having her menstrual periods. So Sarah laughed to herself and said, "Now that I am worn out and my husband is old, am I still to have a sexual pleasure?" But the Lord said to Abraham, "Why did Sarah laugh and say, will I really bear a child old as I am? Is anything too marvelous for the Lord to do? At the appointed time, about this time next year, I will return to you, and Sarah will have a son." Sarah lied, saying, "I did not laugh," because she was afraid, but he said, "Yes, you did." Abraham interceded for Sodom. With Abraham walking with them to see them on their ways, the men set out from there and looked down toward Sodom. The Lord considered, "Shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? Now that he is to become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth are to find blessing in him. Indeed, I have singled him out that he may direct his children and his household in the future to keep the way of the Lord by doing what is right and just, so that the Lord may put into effect for Abraham the promises he made about him." So the Lord said, "The outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is so great, and their sin so grave, that I must go down to see whether or not their actions are as bad as they cry against them that comes to me. I mean to find out." As the man turned and walked on towards Sodom, Abraham remained standing before the Lord. Then Abraham drew near and said, "Will you really sweep away the righteous with the wicked? Suppose there were 50 righteous people in the city, would you really sweep away and not spare the place for the sake of the 50 righteous people within it? Far be it from you to do such a thing, to kill the righteous with the wicked, so that the righteous and the wicked are treated alike. Far be it from you, should not the judge of all the world do what is just?" The Lord replied, "If I find the 50 righteous people in the city of the Sodom, I will spare the whole place for their sake." Abraham spoke up again, "See how I am presuming to speak to my Lord, though I am only dust and ashes. What if there are 5 less than 50 righteous people? Will you destroy the whole city because of those 5? "I will not destroy it," he answered, "if I find the 45 there." But Abraham persisted, saying, "What if only 40 are found there?" He replied, "I will refrain from doing it for the sake of the 40s. Then he said, "Do not let my Lord be angry if I go on. What if only 30 are found there?" He replied, "I will refrain from doing it if I can find 30 there." Abraham went on, "Since I have thus presumed to speak to my Lord, what if there are no more than 20? I will not destroy it," he answered, "for the sake of the 20. But he persisted, "Please do not let my Lord be angry if I speak of the last time. What if 10 are found there? For the sake of the 10, he replied, "I will not destroy it." The Lord departed as soon as he had finished speaking with Abraham, and Abraham returned home. Genesis chapter 19, Destruction of the Sodom and Gomorrah. The 2 angels reached Sodom in the evening, as Lot was sitting at the gate of the Sodom. When Lot saw them, he got up to greet them, and bowing down with his face to the ground, he said, "Please, my Lord, come aside into your servant's house for the night and bathe your feet. You can get up early to continue your journey." But they replied, "Now we will pass the night in the town square." He urged them so strongly, however, that they turned aside to his place and entered his house. He prepared a banquet for them, baking unleavened bread, and they dined. Before they went to the bed, the townsmen of the Sodom, both young and old, all the people to the last man, surrounded the house. They called the Lot and said to him, "Where are the men who came to your house tonight? Bring them out to us that we may have a sexual relation with them." Lot went out to meet them at entrance when he had shut the door behind him. He said, "I beg you, my brother, do not do these wicked things. I have two daughters who have never had a sexual relation with men. Let me bring them out to you, and you may do to them as you please, but do not do anything to these men, for they have come under the shadow of my roofs." They replied, "Stand back, this man." They said, "Come here as a resident alien, and now he dares to give orders. We will treat you worse than them." With that, they pressed hard against Lot, moving in closer to break down the door. But his guests put out their hands, pulled Lot inside with them, and closed the door. They struck the man at the entrance of the house, small and great, with such a blinding light that they were utterly unable to find the doorways. Then the guest said to Lot, "Who else belong to you here? Sons-in-law, your son, your daughter, all who belong to you in the city. Take them away from this place. You are about to destroy this place, for the outcry reaching the Lord against those here is so great that the Lord has sent us to destroy it." So Lot went out and spoke to his son-in-law, who had contracted a marriage with his daughters. "Come on, leave this place," he told them. "The Lord is about to destroy the city." But his son-in-law thought he was joking. As dawn was breaking, the angel urged Lot on, saying, "Come on, take your wife with you and your two daughters who are here, or you will be swept away in the punishment of the city." When he hesitated, the man, because of the Lord's compassion for them, seized his hand and the hand of his wife and his two daughters and led them to safety outside the city. As soon as they had brought them outside, they said, "Flee for your life. Do not look back and stop anywhere on the plain. Flee to the hills at once, or you will be swept away." "Oh no, my lords," Lot replied to them. "You have already shown favor to your servant, doing me the great kindness of saving my life. But I cannot flee to his hills, or the disaster will overtake and kill me. Look, this town ahead is near enough to escape to. It is only a small place. Let me flee there. Is not a small place to save my life?" "Well then," he replied, "I grant you this favor too. I will not overthrow the town you have mentioned. Or escape there. I cannot do anything until you arrive there. That is why the town is called Joar's." The sun had risen over the earth when Lot arrived in Joar, and the Lord rained down sulfur upon the Sodom and Gomorrah, fire from the Lord out of heaven. He overthrew those cities and the whole plain, together with the inhabitants of the city and the produce of the soil. But Lot's wife looked back, and she was turned into a pillar of the salt. The next morning, Abram hurried to the place where he had stood before the Lord. As he looked down towards Sodom and Gomorrah and the whole region of the plains, he saw smoke over the land rising like the smoke from a kilns. When God destroyed the city of the plain, he remembered Abram and sent Lot away from the upheaval that occurred when God overthrew the city where Lot had been living. Moabite and the Ammonite. Since Lot was afraid to stay in Joar, he and his two daughters went up from the Joar and settled in the hill country, where he lived with his two daughters in a cave. The first one said to the younger, "Our father is getting old, and there is not a man in the land to have intercourse with us, as is the custom everywhere. Come, let us ply our father with wine and then lie with him, that we may ensure posterity by our father." So that night they plied their father with wine, and the first one went in and lay with the father. But he was not aware of her lying down or getting up. The next day the first one said to the younger, "Last night I lay with my father. Let us play with him the wine again tonight. And then you go in and lie with him, that we may ensure posterity by our father." So that night too they plied their father with wine, and then younger one went in and lay with him, but he was not aware of her lying down or getting up. Thus the two daughters of the lot became pregnant by their fathers. The first one gave birth to a son whom she named Moab, saying, "From my father he is the ancestor of the Moabite of today." The younger one too gave birth to a son, and she named him Ammon, saying, "The son of my king, he is the ancestor of the Ammonite of today." Genesis chapter 20. Abraham at the Gerar. From there Abraham journeyed on to the region of the Negev, where he settled between Kadesh and the shore, while he resided in Gerar as an alien. Abraham said of his wife Sarah, "She is my sister." So Abimelech, king of the Gerar, sent and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream one night and said to him, "You are about to die because of the woman you have taken, for she has a husband." Abimelech, who had not approached her, said, "O Lord, would you kill an innocent man? Was he not the one who told me she is my sister? She herself also stated, 'He is my brother.' I act with a pure heart and with clean hands." God answered him in the dream, "Yes, I know you did not eat with a pure heart. In fact, it was I who kept you from sinning against me. That is why I did not let you touch her. So now return the man's wife so that he may intercede for you, since he is a prophet, that you may live. If you do not return her, you can be sure that you and all who are yours will die." Early next morning, Abimelech called on his servant and informed them of everything that had happened, and the men were filled with fear. Then Abimelech summoned Abram and said to him, "What have you done to us? What wrong did I do to you that you would have brought such great guilt on me and my kingdom? You have treated me in an intolerable way. What did you do? What did you have in mind?" Abimelech asked him, "that you would do such things?" Abram answered, "I thought there would be no fear of God in this place, and so they would kill me on account of my wives. Besides, she really is my sister, but only my father's daughter, not my mother's, and so she became my wife. When God sent me wandering from my father's house, I asked, 'Would you do me this favor? In whatever price we come to, say he is my brother.' Then Abimelech took a flock and the herds and the male and the female slave and gave them to Abram, and he restored his wife Sarah to him. Then Abimelech said, 'Here my land is at your disposal. Settle wherever you please.' To Sarah he said, 'I hereby give your brother 1,000 shekels of the silver. This will preserve your honor before all who are with you, and will exonerate you before everyone.' Abram then interceded with God, and God restored her to Abimelech, to his wife and his maid servant, so that they bore children. For the Lord had closed every womb in the Abimelech household on the account of the Abram's wife Sarah. Genesis chapter 21. Birth of Isaac. The Lord took note of the Sarah as he had said he would. The Lord did for her as he had promised. Sarah became pregnant and bore Abram a son in his old age, at the set time that God had stated. Abram gave the name Isaac to this son of his whom Sarah bore him. When his son Isaac was 8 days old, Abram circumcised him as God had commanded. Abram was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. Sarah then said, God has given me cause to laugh, and all who hear of it will laugh with me. Who would ever have told Abraham, she added, that Sarah would nurse children, yet I will born him a son in his old age. The child grew and was weaned, and Abraham held a great banquet on the day of the child weanings. Sarah noticed the son whom Hagar the Egyptian had borne to Abraham playing with her son Isaac. So she demanded of the Abraham, drive out that slave and her son. No son of that slave is going to share the inheritance with my son Isaac. Abraham was greatly distressed because it concerned a son of his. But God said to Abraham, do not be distressed about the boy or about your slave woman. Obey Sarah no matter what she asks of you, for it is through Isaac that descendant will bear your names. As for the son of the slave woman, I will make a nation of him also, since he too is your offspring. Early the next morning, Abraham got some bread and the skin of the wood and gave them to the Hagar. Then, placing the child on the back, he sent her away. As she roamed aimlessly in the wilderness of the Beersheba, the water in the skin was used up, so she put the child down under one of the bushes, and then went and sat down opposite him and about a bow shot away, for she said to herself, I cannot watch the child die. As she sat opposite him, she wept aloud. God heard the boy's voice, and God's angel called to Hagar from heaven, what is the matter, Hagar? Do not fear. God has heard the boy's voice in this plight of his. Get up, lift up the boy and hold him by the hand, for I will make of him a great nation. Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of the water. She went and filled the skin with water, and then let the boy drink. God was with the boy as he grew up. He lived in the wilderness and became an expert bowman. He lived in the wilderness of the Paran. His mother got a wife for him from the land of the Egypt, the covenant at the Beersheba. At that time, Abimelech, accompanied by Phicol, the commander of his army, said to Abraham, God is with you in everything you do. So now swear to me by God at this place that you will not deal falsely with me or with my progeny and posterity, but will act as loyally toward me and the land in which you reside as I have acted toward you. Abraham replied, I so swear. Abraham, however, reproached Abimelech about the well that Abimelech's servant had seized by force. I have no idea who did that, Abimelech replied. In fact, you never told me about it, nor did I ever hear of it until now. Then Abraham took the sheep and the cattle and gave them to the Abimelech, and the two made a covenant. Abraham also set apart 7 rams of the flocks. And Abimelech asked him, what is the purpose of these 7 lambs that you have set apart? Abraham answered, the 7 lambs you shall accept from me, that you may be my witness that I dug this well. This is why the place is called the Beersheba. The two of them took an oath there. When they had thus made the covenant in the Beersheba, Abimelech, along with the Phicol, the commander of his army, left to return to the land of the Philistines. Abraham planted a tamarisk at the Beersheba, and there he invoked by name the Lord God the Eternal. Abraham resided in the land of the Philistines for a long time. Genesis chapter 12:22, the testing of the Abraham. Sometime afterward, God put Abraham to test and said to Abraham, here I am, he replied. Then God said, take your son Isaac, your only one whom you love, and go to the land of the Moriah. There offer him up as a burnt offering on one of the heights that I will point out to you. Early next morning, Abraham saddled his donkey, took with him 2 of his servants and his son Isaac, and after cutting the wood for the burnt offering, set out for the place of which God had told him. On the third day, Abraham caught sight of the place from a distance. Abraham said to his servant, "Stay here with the donkey, while the boy and I go on over there. We will worship and then come back to you." So Abraham took the wood for the burnt offering and laid it on his son Isaac, while he himself carried the fire and the knife, as the two walked on together. Isaac spoke to his father Abraham. "Father," he said. "Here I am," he replied. Isaac continued, "Here are the fire and the wood, but where is the sheep for the burnt offering?" "My son," Abraham answered, "God will provide the sheep for the burnt offering." Then the two walked on together. When they came to the place of which God had told him, Abraham built the altar there and arranged the wood on it. Next he bound his son Isaac and put him on the top of the wood on the altar. Then Abraham reached out and took the knife to slaughter his son. But the angel of the Lord called to him from heaven, "Abraham, Abraham, here I am," he answered. "Do not lay your hand on the boy," said angel. "Do not do least thing to him, for now I know that you fear God, since you did not withhold from me your son, your only one." Abraham looked up and saw a single ram caught by its thorns in the thicket. So Abraham went and took the ram and offered it up as burnt offering in the place of his son. Abraham named that place Yahweh-Yireh. Hence people today say, "On the mountain the Lord will provide." A second time the angel of the Lord called to Abraham from heaven and said, "I swear by very self, oracle of the Lord, that because you act as you did in not withholding from me your son, your only one, I'll bless you and make your descendant as countless as the star of the sky and the sand of the seashore. Your descendant will take possession of the gate of their enemies. And in your descendant all the nations of the earth will find blessing, because you obeyed my command." Abraham then returned to his servant, and they set out together for Beersheba, where Abraham lived. Nahor's descendants. Sometime after the news came to Abraham, "Milcah too has borne son to your brother Nahor. Uz, his firstborn, his brother Boaz, Carmel, the father of the Aram, Cheshad, Hazor, Pidas, Jidlap, and Bethuel. Bethuel became the father of the Rebekah. These 8 Milcah bore to Nahor, Abraham's brothers. His concubine, whose name was Lamar, also bore children, Deborah, Gaham, Tahash, and Makar. Genesis chapter 23, Purchase of the burial plot. The span of the Sarah's life was 127 years. She died in Kiriath Arba, now Hebron, in the land of the Canaan, and Abraham proceeded to mourn and weep for her. Then he left the side of his deceased wife and addressed the Hittite. "Although I am resident alien among you, sell me from your holding a burial place, that I may bury my deceased wife." The Hittite answered Abraham, "Please, so listen to us, you are mighty leader among us. Bury your dead in the choicest of our burial site. None of us would deny you his burial ground for the burial of your dead." Abraham, however, proceeded to bow low before the people of the land, the Hittites, and said to them, "If you will allow me room for burial of my dead, listen to me. Intercede for me with Ephron, son of Joel." The Hittite answered Abraham, "Please, so listen to us, you are mighty leader among us. Bury your dead in the choicest of our burial site. None of us would deny you his burial ground for the burial of your dead." Abraham, however, proceeded to bow low before the people of the land, the Hittite, and said to them, "If you allow me room for burial of my dad, listen to me, intercede for me with Ephron, son of Jorah, so that he will sell me the cave of the Machpelah that he owns. It is at the edge of his field. Let him sell it to me in your presence at its full price for a burial place. Now Ephron was sitting with the Hittites, so Ephron the Hittite replied to Abram in the hearing of the Hittites, all who entered the gate of the city. Please listen to me. I give you both the field and the cave in it. In the presence of my people, I give it to you. Bury your dead. But Abraham, after bowing low before the people of the land, addressed Ephron in the hearing of this man. If only you would please listen to me. I'll pay you the price of the field. Accept it from me, that I may bury my dead there. Ephron replied to Abram, please. So listen to me. A piece of the land worth 400 shekels of the silver. What's that between you and me? And bury your dead. Abram accepted Ephron's terms. He weighed out to him the silver that Ephron had stipulated in the hearing of the Hittites, 400 shekels of the silver at the current market value. Thus Ephron filled in the Machpelah facing Mamre, together with its cave and all the trees anywhere within its limits, was conveyed to Abram by purchase in the presence of the Hittite, all who entered the gate of the Ephron city. After this, Abram buried his wife Sarah in the cave of the field of the Machpelah, facing Mamre, now Hebron, in the land of the Canaanites. Thus the field with its cave were transferred from the Hittite to Abram as a burial place. Genesis chapter 24, Isaac and Rebekah. Abram was old, having sinned many days, and the Lord had blessed him in every way. Abram said to senior servant of his household, who had charge of all his possession, put your hand under my thigh, and I'll make you swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of earth, that you will not take a wife for my son from the daughter of the Canaanite among whom I live, but that you will go to my own land and to my relative to get a wife for my son Isaac. The servant asked him, what if the woman is unwilling to follow me to this land? Should I then take your son back to the land from which you came? Abram told him, never take my son back there for any reason. The Lord, the God of heaven, who took me from my father's house and the land of my relatives, and who confirmed by us the promise he made to me, I'll give this land to your descendant. He will send his angel before you, and you will get a wife for my son there. If the woman is unwilling to follow you, you will be released from this oath to me, but never take my son back there. So the servant put his hand under the thigh of his master Abram and swore to him concerning this matter. The servant then took 10 of his master's camels, and bearing all kinds of the gift from his master, he made his way to the city of the Nahor in Aram Naharaim. Near evening, at the time when women go out to draw water, he made the camels near by the well outside the city. Then he said, the Lord God of my master Abraham, let it turn out favorably for me today, and thus deal graciously with my master Abraham. While I stand here at the spring and the daughter of the townspeople are coming out to draw water. If I say to a young woman, please lower your jug that I may drink, and she answered, drink, and I will water your camels too, then she is the one whom you have decided upon for your servant Isaac. In this way I know that you have dealt graciously with my master. He had scarcely finished speaking when Rebekah, who was born to Bethuel, son of Milcah, the wife of Abraham's brother Nahor, came out with a jug on her shoulders. The young woman was very beautiful, a virgin, untouched by men. She went down to the spring and filled her jug as she came up. The servant ran toward her and said, "Please give me a sip of the water from your jug." "Drink, sir," she replied, and quickly lowering the jug into her hand, she gave him a drink. When she had finished giving him a drink, she said, "I'll draw water for your camels too until they have finished drinking." With that, she quickly emptied her jug into the drink trough and ran back to the well to draw more water until she had drawn enough for all the camels. The man watched her the whole time, silent, waiting to learn whether or not the Lord had made his journey successful. When the camel had finished drinking, the man took out a gold nose ring weighing half of the shekel and two gold bracelets weighing 10 shekels for her wrist. Then he asked her, "Whose daughter are you? Tell me, please, and is there a place in your father's house for us to spend the night?" She answered, "I am the daughter of the Bethuel, the son of the Milcah, whom she bore to Nahor. We have plenty of the straw and the fodder," she added, "and also a place to spend the night." The man then knelt and bowed down to the Lord, saying, "Blessed be the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who has not let his kindness and fidelity toward my master fail. As for me, the Lord has led me straight to the house of my master brother." Then the young woman ran out and told the mother household what had happened. Now Rebekah had a brother named Laban. Laban rushed outside to the man at the springs. When he saw the nose ring and the bracelet on his sister's arms, and when he heard Rebekah repeating what the man had said to her, he went to him while he was standing by the camels at the springs. He said, "Come, blessed of the Lord, why are you standing outside when I have made the house ready, as well as the place for the camels?" The man then went inside, and while the camels were being unloaded and provided with the straw and the fodder, water was brought to bathe his feet and the feet of the men who were with him. But when food was set before him, he said, "I'll not eat until I have told my story." "Go ahead," they replied. "I am Abraham's servant," he began. "The Lord has blessed my master so abundantly that he has become wealthy. He has given him flocks and herds, silver and gold, male and female slaves, and camels and donkeys. My master's wife Sarah bore a son to my master in her old age, and he has given him everything he owns. My master put me under oath, saying, 'You shall not take a wife for my son from the daughter of the Canaanite in whose land I live. Instead, you must go to my father's house, to my own family, to get a wife for my son.' When I asked my master, 'What if the woman will not follow me?' he replied, 'The Lord in whose presence I have always walked will send his angel with you and make your journey successful, and so you will get a wife for my son from my own family and my father's house. Then you will be freed from my curse. If you go to my family and they refuse you, then too you will be free from my curse.' When I came to spring today, I said, 'Lord God of my master Abraham, please make successful the journey I am on. While I stand here at the spring, if I say to the young woman who comes out to draw water, "Please give me a little water from your jug," and she answered, "Drink, and I'll draw water for your camels too," then she is the woman whom the Lord has decided upon for my master's sons." I had scarcely finished saying this to myself when Rebekah came out with a jug on her shoulders. After she went down to the spring and drew water, I said to her, "Please, let me have a drink." She quickly lowered the jug she was carrying and said, "Drink, and I will water your camels too." So I drank, and she watered the camels also. When I asked her, "Whose daughter are you?" she answered, "The daughter of the Bethuel, son of Nahor, born to Nahor by Milcah." So I put a ring on her nose and the bracelet on her wrist. Then I knelt and bowed down to the Lord, blessing the Lord, the God of my master, Abraham, who had led me on the right road to obtain the daughter of my master, kinsman, for his son. Now, if you will act with kindness and fidelity toward my master, let me know. But if not, let me know that too. I can then proceed accordingly. Laban and the preacher said in reply, "These things come from the Lord. We can say nothing to you either for or against it. Here is Rebekah right in front of you. Take her and go, that she may become the wife of your master's son, as the Lord he has said." When Abraham's servant heard their answer, he bowed to the ground before the Lord. Then he brought out objects of the silver and the gold and the clothing and presented them to the Rebekah. He also gave a costly present to her brother and mother. After he and the men with him had eaten and drunk, they spent the night there. When they got up the next morning, he said, "Allow me to return to my master." Her brother and mother replied, "Let the young woman stay with us a short while, say 10 days. After that she may go." But he said to them, "Do not detain me now that the Lord has made my journey successful. Let me go back to my master." They answered, "Let us call the young woman and see what she herself has to say about it." So they called Rebekah and asked her, "Will you go with this man?" She answered, "I will." At this they sent up their sister Rebekah and her nurse with Abraham's servant and his men. They blessed Rebekah and said, "Sister, may you grow into son of the Mirage, and may your descendants gain possession of your gate of their enemies." Then Rebekah and her attendant started out. They mounted the camel and followed the man. So the servant took Rebekah and went on his way. Meanwhile, Isaac had gone from the Beer Hiloris and was living in the region of the Negev. One day toward the evening he went out to work in the field and caught sight of the camels approaching. Rebekah too caught sight of Isaac and got down from her camel. She asked the servant, "Who is the man over there working through the fields toward us?" "That is my master," replied the servant. Then she took her veil and covered herself. The servant recounted to Isaac all the things he had done. Then Isaac brought Rebekah into the tent of the mother Sarah. He took Rebekah as his wife. Isaac loved her and found the soul race after the death of his mother. Genesis chapter 25. Abraham's sons by Keturah. Abraham took another wife whose name was Keturah. She bore him Jimran, Jokshan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shual. Jokshan became the father of the Sheba and the Dedan. The descendants of the Dedan were the Ashurim, the Rechim, and the Lemims. The descendants of the Midian were Alpha, Ephro, Hanox, Abida, and Eldra. All of these were descendants of the Keturah. Abraham gave everything that he owned to his son Isaac. To the son of the concubine, however, he gave gift while he was still living, as he sent them away eastward to the land of the Kedem, away from his son Isaac. Death of the Abraham. The whole span of the Abraham's life was 175 years. Then he breathed his last, dying at a ripe old age, grown old after full life, and he was gathered to his peoples. His son Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of the Machpelah, in the field of the Ephron, son of the Joah the Hittite, which faced Mamre. The field that Abraham had bought from the Hittite, there he was buried next to his wife Sarah. After the death of Abraham, God blessed his son Isaac, who lived near Beer Lois, descendant of Ismail. These are the descendants of the Abraham's son Ismail, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's slave, brought to Abraham. These are the names of the Ismail's sons, listed in order of their births. Ismail, firstborn, Nebaioth, Kedah, Adbeel, Mibsam, Mishpa, Dumah, Masha, Hadad, Tima, Jethros, Napirsi, and Kedemah. These are the sons of the Ismail, their name by their village and the encampments, 12 chieftains of as many tribal groups. The span of the Ismail life was 137 years. After he had breathed his last and died, he was gathered to his peoples. The Ishmaelites ranged from Havilah by shore, which is on border of the Egypt, all the way up to Ashur, and they pitched camp alongside their various kindreds. Birth of the Esau and Jacob. These are the descendants of the Isaac, son of the Abraham. Abraham begat Isaac. Isaac was 40-years-old when he married Rebekah, the daughter of the Bethuel, the Aramean of the Padan Aram, and the sister of the Laban, the Arameans. Isaac entreated the Lord on behalf of his wife, since she was sterile. The Lord heard his entreaty, and his wife Rebekah became pregnant. But the children jostled each other in the womb so much that she exclaimed, "If it is like this, why go on living?" She went to consult the Lord. And the Lord answered her, "Two nations are in your womb, two peoples are separating while still within you. But one will be stronger than the other, and the older will serve the younger." When the time of the delivery came, there were twins in her wombs. The first to emerge was reddish, and his whole body was like a hairy mantle, so they named him Esau. Next, his brother came out, gripping Esau's hair, so he was named Jacob. Isaac was 60-years-old when they were born. When the boys grew up, Esau became a skillful hunter, a man of the open countries, whereas Jacob was a simple man who stayed among the tents. Isaac preferred Esau because he was fond of the game, but Rebekah preferred Jacob's. Once when Jacob was cooking a stew, Esau came in from the open country, famished. He said to Jacob, "Let me gulp down some of that red stuff. I am famished." That is why he was called Edom. But Jacob replied, "First sell me your right as a firstborn." "Look," said Esau, "I am on the point of dying. What good is the right as a firstborn to me?" But Jacob said, "Swear to me first." So he sold Jacob his right as a firstborn under oath. Jacob then gave him some bread and the lentil stew, and Esau ate, drank, got up, and went his way. So Esau treated his right as firstborn with disdain. Genesis chapter 26. Isaac and Abimelech. There was a famine in the land distinct from the earlier one that had occurred in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went down to Abimelech, king of the Philistines, in Gerar. The Lord appeared to him and said, "Do not go down to Egypt, but camp in this land wherever I tell you. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with you and bless you. For to you and your descendants I will give all these lands, in fulfillment of the oath that I swore to your father Abraham. I'll make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky, and I'll give them all these lands, and in your descendants all the nations of the earth will find blessing. This because Abraham obeyed me, keeping my mandate, my commandment, my ordinance, and my instruction. So Isaac settled in Gerar. When the man of the place asked a question about his wife, he answered, "She is my sister." He was afraid that if he called her his wife, the man of the place would kill him on account of the Rebekah, since she was beautiful. But when they had been there for a long time, Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked out of the window and saw Isaac fondling his wife Rebekah. He called for Isaac and said, "She must certainly be your wife. How could you have said, 'She is my sister'?" Isaac replied, "I thought I might lose my life on her account." "How could you have done this to us?" exclaimed Abimelech. "It would have taken very little for one of the people to lie with your wife, and so you would have brought guilt upon us." Abimelech then commanded all the people, "Anyone who maltreats this man or his wife shall be put to death." Isaac sowed the crop in that region and reaped 100-fold the same year, since the Lord blessed him. He became richer and richer all the time until he was very wealthy. He acquired a flock and herds and a great workforce, and so the Philistines became envious of him. The Philistine had stopped up in the field with the door all the wells that his father's servant had dug back in the day of his father Abraham. So Abimelech said to Isaac, "Go away from us, you have become far too numerous for us." Isaac left there and camped in the Wadi Gerar, where he stayed. Isaac reopened the wells which his father's servant had dug back in the day of his father Abraham, and which the Philistines had stopped up after Abraham's death. He gave them names like those that his father had given them. But when Isaac's servant dug in the wadi and reached spring water in their well, the shepherd of the Gerar argued with Isaac's shepherd, saying, "The water belonged to us." So he named the well Isaac, because they had quarreled there. Then they dug another well, and they argued over that one too. So he named it Sitnar. So he moved on from there and dug still another well, but over this one they did not argue. He named it Rehoboth and said, "Because the Lord has now given us ample room, we shall flourish in the land." From there Isaac went up to Beersheba. The same night the Lord appeared to him and said, "I am the God of Abraham your father. Do not fear, for I am with you. I will bless you and multiply your descendants for the sake of Abraham my servant." So Isaac built an altar there and invoked the Lord by name. After he had pitched his tent there, Isaac's servant began to dig a well nearby. Then Abimelech came to him from Gerar with Azuzas, his counselor, and Phicol, the general of his army. Isaac asked them, "Why have you come to me, since you hate me and have driven me away from you?" They answered, "We clearly see that the Lord has been with you, so we thought, let there be a sworn agreement between our two sides, between you and us. Let us make a covenant with you. You shall do no harm to us, just as we have not maltreated you, but have always acted kindly toward you and have let you depart in peace. So now may you be blessed by the Lord." Isaac then made a feast from them, and they ate and drank. Early the next morning they exchanged the oath. Then Isaac sent them on their way, and they departed from him in peace. That same day Isaac's servant came and informed him about the well they had been digging. They told him, "We have reached water." He called it Sheba, hence the name of the city is Beersheba to this day. When Esau was 40 years old, he married Judith, daughter of the Beeri the Hittite, and Basemath, daughter of the Aaron the Hivite. But they became a source of the bitterness to Isaac and Rebekah. Genesis chapter 27, Jacob's deception. When Isaac was so old that his eyesight had failed him, he called his old son Esau and said to him, "My son, here I am," he replied. Isaac then said, "Now I have grown old, I do not know when I might die. So now take your hunting gear, your quiver and bow, and go out into the open country to hunt some game for me. Then prepare for me a dish in the way I like, and bring it to me to eat, so that I may bless you before I die." Rebekah had been listening while Isaac was speaking to his son Esau. So when Esau went out into open country to hunt some game for his father, Rebekah said to her son Jacob, "Listen, I heard your father tell your brother Esau, 'Bring me some game and prepare a dish for me to eat, that I may bless you with the Lord's approval before I die. Now, my son, obey me in what I am about to order you. Go to the flock and get me two choice young goats, so that with these I might prepare a dish for your father in the way he likes. Then bring it to your father to eat, that he may bless you before he dies.' But Jacob said to his mother Rebekah, 'But my brother Esau is a hairy man, and I am smooth-skinned. Suppose my father fears me, he will think I am making fun of him, and I will bring on myself a curse instead of a blessing.' His mother, however, replied, 'Let any curse against my son fall on me. Just obey me. Go and get me the young goats.' So Jacob went and got them and brought them to his mother, and she prepared a dish in the way his father liked. Rebekah then took the best clothes of her older son Esau that she had in the house, and gave them to her younger son Jacob to wear. And with the goatskin she covered up his hand and the hairless part of his neck. Then she gave her son Jacob the dish and the bread she had prepared. Going to his father, Jacob said, 'Father, yes.' He replied, 'Isaac, which of my son are you?' Jacob answered his father, 'I am Esau, your firstborn. I did as you told me. Please sit up and eat some of my game, so that you may bless me.' But Isaac said to his son, 'How did you get it so quickly, my son?' He answered, 'The Lord your God directed me.' Isaac then said to Jacob, 'Come closer, my son, that I may feel you, to learn whether you really are my son Esau or not.' So Jacob moved up close to his father. When Isaac felt him, he said, 'Although the voice is Jacob, the hands are Esau's.' He failed to identify him because his hands were hairy, like those of his brother Esau, so he blessed him. Again Isaac said, 'Are you really my son Esau?' And Jacob said, 'I am.' Then Isaac said, 'Serve me, my son, and let me eat up the game, so that I may bless you.' Jacob served it to him, and Isaac ate. He brought him wine, and he drank. Finally his father Isaac said to him, 'Come closer, my son, and kiss me.' As Jacob went up to kiss me, Isaac smelled the fragrance of his clothes. With that he blessed him, saying, 'Ah, the fragrance of my son is like the fragrance of the field that the Lord has blessed.' May God give to you of the dew of the heavens, and of the fertility of the earth, abundance of the grain and the wine. My people serve you, and the nation bow down to you. Be master to your brothers, and may your mother's son bow down to you. Cursed be those who curse you, and blessed be those who bless you. Jacob had scarcely left his father after Isaac had finished blessing him when his brother Esau came back from his hunt. Then he too prepared a dish and bring it to his father. He said, "Let my father sit up and eat some of his son's game. Then you may then give me your blessing." His father Isaac asked him, "Who are you?" He said, "I am your son, your firstborn son Esau." Isaac trembled greatly. "Who was it then?" he asked. "That hunted game and brought it to me. I ate it all just before you came, and I blessed him. Now he is blessed." As he heard his father's words, Esau burst into loud, bitter sobbing and said, "Father, bless me too." When Isaac said, "Your brother came here by a ruse and carried out your blessing," Esau exclaimed, "Here is well named Jacob, is he not? He has supplanted me twice. First he took away my right as a firstborn, and now he was taken away my blessing." Then he said, "Have you not saved a blessing for me?" Isaac replied to Esau, "I have already appointed him your master, and I have assigned to him all his kindred as his servants. Besides, I have sustained him with grain and wine. What then can I do for you, my son?" But Esau said to his father, "Have you only one blessing, father? Bless me too, father." And Esau wept aloud. His father Isaac said in response, "See, far from the fertile earth will be your dwelling, far from the dew of the heavens above. By your sword you will live, and your brother you will serve. But when you become restless, you will throw out your yoke from your neck." Esau bore a grudge against Jacob because of the blessing his father had given him. Esau said to himself, "Let the time of the mourning for my father come, so that I may kill my brother Jacob." When Rebekah got news of what her older son Esau had in mind, she summoned her younger son Jacob and said to him, "Listen, your brother Esau intends to get his revenge by killing you. So now, my son, obey me and flee at once to my brother Laban in Haran, and stay with him a while until your brother fury subsides. Until your brother anger against you subside and he forget what you did to him, then I'll send for you and bring you back. Why should I lose both of you in a single day?" Jacob sent to Laban. Rebekah said to Isaac, "I am disgusted with the wife because of the Hittite woman. If Jacob also should marry a Hittite woman, a native of the land, like this woman, why should I live?" Genesis chapter 28. Isaac therefore summoned Jacob and blessed him, charging him, "You shall not marry a Canaanite woman. Go now to the Padan Aram, to the home of your mother father Bethuel, and there choose a wife for yourself from among the daughters of the Laban, your mother's brothers. May God Almighty bless you and make you fertile, multiply you that you may become an assembly of the peoples. May God extend to you and your descendants the blessing of the Abraham, so that you may gain possession of the land where you are residing, which he assigned to Abraham." Then Isaac sent Jacob on his way. He went to Padan Aram to Laban, son of the Bethuel the Arameans, and the brother of the Rebekah, the mother of the Jacob and Esau. Esau noted that Isaac had blessed Jacob when he sent him to the Padan Aram to get himself a wife there, and that as he gave him his blessing, he charged him, "You shall not marry a Canaanite woman." And that Jacob had obeyed his father and mother and gone to Padan Aram. Esau realized how displeasing the Canaanite woman was to his father Isaac. So Esau went to Ishmael, and in addition to wives he had married Mahalath, the daughter of Abraham's son Ishmael and sister of the Nebios. Jacob dreamed at Bethel. Jacob departed from the Beersheba and proceeded toward Haran. When he came upon a certain place, he stopped there for the night, since the sun had already set. Taking one of the stones at the place, he put it under his head and lay down in that place. Then he had a dream. A stairway rested on the ground with its top reaching to the heavens, and God's angels were going up and down on it. And there was the Lord standing beside him and saying, I am the Lord, the God of Abraham, your father, and the God of Isaac. The land on which you are lying I will give to you and your descendants. Your descendant will be like the dust of the earth, and through them you will spread to the west and the east, to the north and the south. In you and your descendant all the family of the earth will find blessing. I am with you and will protect you wherever you go and bring you back to this land. I will never leave you until I have done what I promised you. When Jacob awoke from his sleep, he said, Truly the Lord is in this place, and I did not know it. He was afraid and said, How awesome this place is! This is nothing else but the house of God, the gateway to heaven. Early the next morning, Jacob took the stone that he had put under his head, set it up as a sacred pillar, and poured oil on the top of it. He named that place Bethel, whereas the former name of the town had been Luz. Jacob then made this vow, If God will be with me and protect me on this journey I am making, and give me food to eat and clothes to wear, and I come back safely to my father's house, the Lord will be my God. The stone that I have set up as a sacred pillar will be the house of the God. Of everything you give me, I will return a tenth part to you without fail. Genesis chapter 29, Arrival in Haran. After Jacob resumed his journey, he came to the land of the Mites. Looking about, he saw a well in the open country with 3 flocks of the sheep huddled near it. 4 flocks were water from that well. A white stone covered the mouth of the well. When all the shepherds were assembled there, they would roll the stone away from the mouth of the well and water the sheep. Then they would put the stone back again in its place over the mouth of the well. Jacob said to them, My brother, where are you from? You are from Haran, they replied. Then he asked them, Do you know Laban, son of Nahor? We do, they answered. He inquired further, Is he well? He is, they answered, and here comes his daughter Rachel with the sheep. Then he said, There is still much daylight left. It is hardly the time to bring the animals home, water the sheep, and then continue pasturing them. They replied, We cannot until all the shepherds are here to roll the stone away from the mouth of the well. Then can he water the flocks? While he was still talking with them, Rachel arrived with her father's sheep, for she was the one who tended them. As soon as Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of his mother, brother Laban, and the sheep of the Laban, he went up, rolled the stone away from the mouth of the well, and watered Laban's sheep. Then Jacob kissed Rachel and wept aloud. Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's relative, Rebekah's son, so she ran to tell her father. When Laban heard the news about Jacob, his son, he ran to meet him. After embracing and kissing him, he brought him to his house. Jacob then repeated to Laban all these things. And Laban said to him, You are indeed my bone and my flesh, married to Leah and Rachel, after Jacob had stayed with him a full month. Laban said to him, Should you serve me for nothing just because you are a relative of mine? Tell me what your wages should be. Now Laban had 2 daughters. The older was called Leah, the younger Rachel. Leah had dull eyes, but Rachel has shapely and beautiful. Because Jacob loved Rachel, he answered, I will serve you 7 years for your youngest daughter Rachel. Laban replied, it is better to give her to you than to another man. Stay with me. So Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, yet they seemed to him like a few days because of his love for her. Then Jacob said to Laban, give me my wife that I may consummate my marriage with her, for my term is now completed. So Laban invited all the local inhabitants and gave a banquet. At nightfall he took his daughter Leah and brought her to Jacob, and he consummated the marriage with her. Laban assigned his maidservant Zilpah to his daughter Leah as her maidservant. In the morning there was Leah, so Jacob said to Laban, how could you do this to me? Was it not for Rachel that I served you? Why did you deceive me? Laban replied, it is not the custom in our country to give the younger daughters before the firstborn. Finish the bridal week for this one, and then the other will also be given to you in return for another 7 years of the service with me. Jacob did so. He finished the bridal week for the one, and then Laban gave him his daughter Rachel as a wife. Laban assigned his maidservant Bilhah to his daughter Rachel as her maidservant. Jacob then consummated his marriage with Rachel also, and he loved her more than Leah. Thus he served Laban another 7 years. Jacob's children. When the Lord saw that Leah was unloved, he made her fruitful while Rachel was barren. Leah conceived and bore a son, and she named him Reuben, for he said, it means the Lord saw my misery, surely now my husband will love me. She conceived again and bore a son, and said, it means the Lord heard that I was unloved, and therefore he has given me this one also. So she named him Shimeon. Again she conceived and bore a son, and she said, now at last my husband will become attached to me, since I have now borne him 3 sons. That is why she named him Levi. Once more she conceived and bore a son, and she said, this time I give thanks to the Lord. Therefore she named him Judah. Then she stopped bearing children. Genesis chapter 30. When Rachel saw that she had not borne children to Jacob, she became envious of her sister. She said to Jacob, give me children or I shall die. Jacob became angry with Rachel and said, can I take the place of God, who has denied you the fruit of the womb? She replied, here is my maidservant Bilhah. Have intercourse with her and let her give birth on my knees, so that I too may have children through her. So gave him her maidservant Bilhah as a wife, and Jacob had intercourse with her. When Bilhah conceived and bore a son for Jacob, Rachel said, God has vindicated me. Indeed, he has heeded my plea and given me a son. Therefore she named him Dan. Rachel, maidservant Bilhah, conceived again and bore a second son for Jacob. And Rachel said, I have wrestled strenuously with my sister, and I have prevailed. So she named him Naphtali. When Leah saw that she had ceased to bear children, she took her maidservant Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as a wife. So Leah's maidservant Zilpah bore a son for Jacob. Leah then said, what God luck? So she named him Gad. Then Leah's maidservant Zilpah bore a second son to the Jacobs. And Leah said, what good fortune, because a woman will call me fortunate. So she named him Asher. One day during the wheat harvest, Reuben went out and came upon some mandrakes in the field, which he brought home to his mother Leah. Rachel said to Leah, "Please give me some of your son's mandrakes." Leah replied, "What is not enough for you to take away my husband, that you must now take my son mandrakes too?" Rachel answered, "In that case, Jacob may lie with you tonight in exchange for your son mandrakes." That evening, when Jacob came in from the field, Leah went out to meet him. She said, "You must have intercourse with me, because I have hired you with my son mandrakes." So that night he lay with her. And God listened to Leah. She conceived and brought a fifth son to Jacob. Leah then said, "God has given me my wage for giving my maidservant to my husband." So she named him Issachar. Leah conceived again and brought a sixth son to Jacob. And Leah said, "God has brought me the precious gift. This time my husband will honor me, because I have borne him six sons." So she named him Zebulun. Afterwards she gave birth to a daughter, and she named her Dinah. Then God remembered Rachel. God listened to her and made her faithful. She conceived and bore a son, and she said, "God has removed my disgrace." She named him Joseph, saying, "May the Lord add another son for me." Jacob out with Laban. After Rachel gave birth to Joseph, Joseph said to Laban, "Allow me to go to my own region and land. Give me my wives and my children for whom I served you, and let me go, for you know the service that I rendered you." Laban answered him, "If you please, I have learned through divination that the Lord has blessed me because of you." He continued, "State the wage I owe you, and I will pay them." Jacob replied, "You know what work I did for you, and how well your livestock fared under my cares. The little you had before I came has grown into an abundance, since the Lord has blessed you in my companies. Now when can I do something for my own household as well?" Laban asked, "What should I give you?" Jacob answered, "You do not have to give me anything. If you do this thing for me, I will again pasture and tend your sheep. Let me go through your whole flock today and remove from it every dark animal among the lambs and every spotted or speckled one among the goats. These will be my wages. In the future, whenever you check on my wages, my honesty will testify for me. Any animal that is not speckled or spotted among the goats or dark among the lambs got into my possession by theft." Laban said, "Very well, let it be as you say." That same day, Laban removed the streaked and the spotted he-goat and all the speckled and the spotted she-goats, all those with some white on them, as well as every dark lamb, and he put them in the care of his sons. Then he put a 3-day journey between himself and Jacob, while Jacob was pasturing the rest of the Laban flocks. Jacob, however, got some fresh shoot of the poplar, almond, and the plane trees, and he filled the white stripes in them by laying bare the white core of the shoot. The shoot that he had filled he then set upright in the watering trough, where the animals came to drink, so that they would be in front of them when the animals were in heat as they came to drink. The goat mated by the shoot, and so they gave birth the streaked, speckled, and the spotted young. The sheep on the other end Jacob kept apart, and he made these animals face the streaked or completely dark animal of the Laban. Thus he produced a flock of his own, which he did not put with Laban's flocks. Whenever the hardier animals were in heat, Jacob would set the shoot in the troughs in full view of these animals, so that they mated by the shoot. But with the weaker animals he would not put the shoot there, so the feeble animals would go to Laban, but the hardy ones to Jacob. So the man grew exceedingly prosperous, and he owned the rising flocks, male and female servant, camel and donkeys. Genesis chapter 31. Flight from Laban. Jacob heard that Laban's sons were saying, Jacob has taken everything that belonged to our father, and he has produced all these wealth from our father's properties. Jacob perceived too that Laban's attitude toward him was not what it had previously been. Then the Lord said to Jacob, return to the land of the ancestors where you were born, and I'll be with you. So Jacob sent for Rachel and Leah to meet him in the field where his flock was. There he said to them, I have noticed that your father's attitude toward me is not as it was in the past, but the God of my father has been with me. You know well that with all my strength I served your father. Yet your father treated me and changed my ways 10 times. God, however, did not let him do me any harm. Whenever your father said, the speckled animals will be your wages, the entire flock would bear a speckled young. Whenever he said, the strict animals will be your wages, the entire flock would bear a strict young. So God took away your father's livestock and gave it to me. Once during the flock mating seasons, I had a dream in which I saw he-goat mating that was straight-teeth, speckled, and molted. In the dream, God's angel said to me, Jacob, and I replied, here I am. Then he said, look up and see, all the he-goats that are mating are straight-teeth, speckled and molted, for I have seen all the things that Laban has been doing to you. I am the God of the Bethel, where you anointed the sacred pillar and made a vow to me. Get up now, leave this land and return to the land of your birth. Rachel and Leah answered him, do we still have an heir's portion in our father's house? Are we not regarded by him as outsiders? He not only sold us, he has even used up the money that he got for us. All the wealth that God took away from our father really belong to us and our children, so do whatever God has told you. Jacob proceeded to put his children and wives on camels. And he drove up all his livestock and all the property he had acquired in Padan Aram to go to his father Isaac in the land of the Canaanites. Now Laban was away shoring his sheep, and Rachel had stolen her father's household images. Jacob had hoodwinked Laban the Aramean by not telling him that he was going to flee. Thus he fled with all that he had. Once he was across the Euphrates, he headed for the hill country of the Gileadites. On the third day, word came to Laban that Jacob had fled. Taking his kinsman with him, he pursued him for 7 days until he caught up with him in the hill country of the Gileadites. But that night God appeared to Laban the Aramean in the dream and said to him, take care not to say anything to Jacob. Jacob and Laban in Gilead. When Laban overtook Jacob, Jacob's tents were pitched in the hill country. Laban also pitched his tent in the hill country of Gilead. Laban said to Jacob, how could you hoodwink me and carry up my daughters like a prisoner of wars? Why do you dupe me by stealing away secretaries? You did not tell me. I would have sent you up with joyful singing to the sound of the tambourines and the harps. You did not even allow me the parting kiss to my daughters and grandchildren. Now what have you done makes no sense. I have it in my power to harm all of you, but last night God of your father said to me, take care not to say anything to Jacob. Granted that you had to leave because you were longing for your father's house. Why did you steal my gut? Jacob replied to Laban, I was frightened at the thought that you might take your daughters away from me by force. As for your God, when you find them, we shall not remain alive. If, with our kinsman looking on, you identify anything here as belong to you, take it. Jacob had no idea that Rachel had stolen the household images. Laban then went in and searched Jacob's tent and the Leah's tent, as well as the tents of the two maidservants, but he did not find them. Leaving Leah's tent, he went into Rachel. Meanwhile, Rachel had taken the household images, put them inside the camel saddle bag, and seated herself upon them. When Laban had rummaged through her whole tent without finding them, she said to her father, do not let my lord be angry that I cannot rise in your presence. I am having my period. So despite his search, he did not find the household images. Jacob, now angered, confronted Laban and demanded, what crime or offense have I committed that you should hound me? Now that you have rummaged through all my things, what have you found from your household belongs? Produce it here before your kinsmen and mine, and let them decide between the two of us. In the 20 years that I was under you, no oil and sugar of yours ever miscarried, and I have never eaten the lambs of your flocks. I never brought you an animal torn by wild beasts. I made good the loss myself. You held me responsible for anything stolen by day or night. Often the scorching heat devoured me by day and the frost by night, while sleep fled from my eyes. Of the 20 years that I have now spent in your household, I served you 14 years for your two daughters and 6 years for your flock, while you changed my ways 10 times. If the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac have not been on my side, you would now have sent me away empty-handed. But God saw my pride and the fruit of my toil, and last night he reproached you. Laban replied to Jacob, the daughter of mine, their children are mine, and the flock are mine. Everything you see belongs to me. What can I do now for my own daughters and for children they have born? Come now, let us make a covenant, you and I, and it will be a treaty between you and me. Then Jacob took a stone and set it up as a sacred pillar. Jacob said to his kinsmen, gather stones. So they got stone and made a mound, and they ate there at the mound. Laban called it Ziga Sahadusta, but Jacob called it Garit. Laban said, this mound will be witness from now on between you and me. That is why it was named Garit. And also Mizpah, for he said, may the Lord keep watch between you and me when ye are out of each other's sight. If you mistreat my daughters or take other wives beside my daughters, know that even though no one else is there, God will be witness between you and me. Laban said further to Jacob, here is this mound, and here is the sacred pillar that I have set up between you and me. This mound will be witness, and this sacred pillar will be witness, that with a hostile intent I may not pass beyond this mound into your territory, nor may you pass beyond it into mine. May the God of Abraham and the God of the Nahor, the God of their father, judge between us. Jacob took oath by the fear of the father Isaac. He then offered the sacrifice on the mountain and invited his kinsmen to share in the meal. When they had eaten, they passed the night on the mountain. Genesis chapter 32. Early next morning, Laban kissed his grandchildren and his daughter and blessed them, and then he set out on his journey back home. Meanwhile, Jacob continued on his own way, and God's angels encountered him. When Jacob saw them, he said, "This is God's encampment." So he named that place Mahanaim. Envoys to Esau. Jacob sent a messenger ahead to his brother Esau in the land of the Seir, the country of the Edom, ordering them, "Thus you shall say to my lord Esau, Thus says your servant Jacob, I have been residing with Laban and have been delayed until now. I own oxen, donkeys, and sheep, as well as male and female servants. I have sent my lord this message in the hope of gaining your favor." When the messengers returned to Jacob, they said, "We found your brother Esau. He is now coming to meet you, and 400 men are with him." Jacob was very much frightened. In his anxiety, he divided the people who were with him, as well as his flocks, herds, and camels, into 2 camps. If Esau should come and attack one camp, he reasoned, the remaining camp may still escape. Then Jacob prayed, "The God of my father Abraham and the God of my father Isaac, you Lord, who said to me, 'Go back to your land and your relatives, and I will be good to you.' I am unworthy of all the act of the kindness and the faithfulness that you have performed for your servant. Although I crossed the Jordan here with nothing but my staff, I have now grown into 2 camps. Save me from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau. Otherwise, I fear that he will come and strike me down and the mothers with the children. You yourself said, 'I will be very good to you, and I will make your descendants like the sand of the sea, which are too numerous to count.'" After passing the night there, Jacob selected for what he had with him a present for his brother Esau: 200 she-goats and 20 he-goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 female camels and their young, 40 cows and 10 bulls, 20 female donkeys and 10 male donkeys. He put these animals in the care of his servant in separate herds, and he told the servant, "Go on ahead of me, but keep some space between the herds." He ordered the servant in the rear, "When my brother Esau meets you and asks, 'To whom do you belong? Where are you going? To whom do these animals ahead of you belong?' Tell him, 'To your servant Jacob, but they have been sent as a gift to my lord Esau. Jacob himself is right behind us.'" He also ordered the second servant and the third and all the others who followed behind the horse, "Thus and so you shall say to Esau when you reach him. And also tell him, your servant Jacob is right behind us." For Jacob reasoned, "If I first appease him with a gift that precedes me, then later when I face him, perhaps he will forgive me." So the gift went on ahead of me while he stayed that night in the camp. Jacob knew names. That night, however, Jacob arose, took his 2 wives with 2 maidservants and his 11 children, and crossed the ford of the Jabbok. After he got them and brought them across the wadi and brought over what belonged to him, Jacob was left there alone. Then a man wrestled with him until the break of the dawn. When the man saw that he could not prevail over him, he struck Jacob's hip at its socket, so that Jacob's socket was dislocated as he wrestled with him. The man then said, "Let me go, for it is daybreak." But Jacob said, "I will not let you go until you bless me." "What is your name?" the man asked. He answered, "Jacob." Then the man said, "You shall no longer be named Jacob, but Israel, because you have contended with the divine and the human beings and have prevailed." Jacob then asked him, "Please tell me your name." He answered, "Why do you ask for my names?" With that he blessed him. Jacob named the place Peniel because I have seen God face to face. He said, "Yet my life has been spared." At sunrise, as he left Peniel, Jacob limped along because of his hips. That is why to this day the Israelites do not eat the sciatic muscle that is on the hip socket, because he had struck Jacob's hip socket at the sciatic muscle. Genesis chapter 33 is Jacob and Esau meet. Jacob looked up and saw Esau coming, and with him 400 men. So he divided his children among Leah, Rachel, and the two maidservants, putting the maidservant and their children first, Leah and her children next, and Rachel and Joseph are last. He himself went on ahead of them, bowing to the ground 7 times until he reached his brother. Esau ran to meet him, embraced him, and flinging himself on his neck, kissed him as he wept. Then Esau looked up and saw the woman and the children and asked, "Who are these with you?" Jacob answered, "They are the children with whom God has graciously favored your servant." Then the maidservant and their children came forward and bowed low. Next, Leah and her children came forward and bowed low. Lastly, Joseph and Rachel came forward and bowed low. Then Esau asked, "What did you intend with all those horrors that I encountered?" Jacob answered, "It was to gain my Lord's favors." Esau replied, "I have plenty, my brother. You should keep what is yours." "No, I beg you," said Jacob, "if you'll do me the favor, accept this gift from me, since to see your face is for me like seeing the face of God, and you have received me so kindly. Accept the gift that I have brought to you, for God has been generous toward me, and I have an abundance." Since he urged him strongly, Esau accepted. Then Esau said, "Let us break camp and be on our way. I will travel in front of you." But Jacob replied, "As my Lord knows, the children are too young, and the flock and the herds that are nursing are concerned to me. If overdriven for even a single day, the whole flock will die. Let my Lord then go before his servant, while I proceed more slowly at the pace of the livestock before me and at the pace of my children, until I join my Lord in Seir." Esau replied, "Let me at least put at your disposal some of the people who are with me." But Jacob said, "Why is this that I am treated so kindly, my Lord?" So on that day Esau went on his way back to Seir. And Jacob broke camp for Sukkot. There Jacob built a home for himself and made booths for his livestock. That is why the place was named Sukkot. Jacob arrived safely at the city of the Shechem, which is the land of the Canaan. When he came from Padan Aram, he encamped inside of the city. The plot of the ground on which he had pitched his tent, he bought for 100 pieces of the money from the descendant of the Hamor, the father of the Shechem. He set up an altar there and invoked Allah, the God of the Israel. Genesis chapter 34, the rape of the Dinah. Dinah, the daughter of whom Leah had born to Jacob, went out to visit some of the women of the land. When Shechem, son of the Hamor, the Hittite, the leader of the region, saw her, he seized her and lay with her by force. He was strongly attracted to Dinah, daughter of the Jacob, and was in love with the young woman, so he spoke affectionately to her. Shechem said to his father Hamor, "Get me this young woman for a wife." Meanwhile, Jacob heard that Shechem had defiled his daughter Dinah, but since his sons were out in the field with his livestock, Jacob kept quiet until they came home. Now Hamor, the father of the Shechem, went out to discuss the matter with Jacob. Just as Jacob's sons were coming in from the field, when they heard the news, the men were indignant and extremely angry. Shechem had committed an outrage in Israel by lying to Jacob's daughter. Such a thing is not done. Hamor appealed to them, saying, "My son Shechem has his heart set on your daughters. Please give her to him as a wife. Intermarry with us, give your daughter to us, and take our daughters for yourselves. Thus you can live among us. The land is open before you, settle and move about freely in it, and acquire holding hills." Then Shechem appealed to Dinah's father and brothers, "Do me this favor, and whatever you ask from me I'll give. No matter how high you set the bridal price and gift, I'll give you whatever you ask from me. Only give me the young woman as a wife." Revenge of the Jacob's sons. Jacob's sons replied to Shechem and his father Hamor with guile, speaking as they did because he had defiled their sister Dinah. They said to them, "We are not able to do these things, to give our sister to an uncircumcised man, for what would be a disgrace for us. Only on this condition will give agree to that you become like us by having every male among you circumcised. Then we'll give you our daughter and take your daughter in marriage. We will settle among you and become one people. But if you do not listen to us and be circumcised, we will take our daughter and go." Their proposal pleased Hamor and his son Shechem. The young man lost no time in acting on the proposal, since he wanted Jacob's daughters. Now he was more highly regarded than anyone else in his father's house. So Hamor and his son Shechem went to the gate of their city and said to the men of their city, "These men are friendly toward us. Let them settle in the land and move about in freely. There is ample room in the land for them. We can take their daughters in marriage and give our daughters to them. But only on this condition will the men agree to live with us and form one people with us, that every male among us be circumcised as they themselves are. Would not their livestock, their property, and all the animals then be ours? Let us just agree with them, so that they will settle among us." All who went out of the gate of the city listened to Hamor and his son Shechem, and all the males, all those who went out of the gate of the city, were circumcised. On the third day, while they were still in pain, two of the Jacob's sons, Simeon and Levi, brother of the Dinah, each took his sword, advanced against the unsuspecting city, and massacred all the males. After they had killed Hamor and his son Shechem with the sword, they took Dinah from Shechem's house and left. Then the other son of the Jacob followed up the slaughter and sacked the city because their sister had been defiled. They took their sheep, cattle, and donkeys, or whatever was in the city and in the surrounding country. They carried out all their wealth, their children and their women, and looted whatever was in the houses. Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, "You have brought trouble upon me by making me repugnant to the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanite and the Perizzite. I have so few men that if these people unite against me and attack me, I and my household will be wiped out." But they retorted, "Should our sister be treated like a prostitute?" Genesis chapter 35, Battle Revisited. God said to Jacob, "Go up now to Bethel, settle there and build an altar there to the God who appeared to you when you were fleeing from your brother Esau." So Jacob told his household and all who were with him, "Get rid of the foreign god among you, then purify yourself and change your clothes. Let us now go up to Bethel so that I might build an altar there to the God who answered me in the day of my distress and who has been with me wherever I have gone." They gave Jacob all the foreign gods in their possession and also the rings they had in their ears, and Jacob buried them under the oak that is near Shechem. Then as they set out, a great terror fell upon the surrounding towns, so that no one pursued the son of Jacob. Thus Jacob and all the people who were with him arrived in Luz, now Bethel, in the land of the Canaanites. There he built an altar and called the place El Bethel, for it was there that God had revealed himself to him when he was fleeing from his brother. Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died. She was buried under the oak below the Bethel, and so it was named Allon Bakus. On Jacob arrived from the Padan Aram, God appeared to him again and blessed him. God said to him, "Your name is Jacob. You will no longer be named Jacob, but Israel will be your name." So he was named Israel. Then God said to him, "I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation, indeed an assembly of the nation, will stem from you, and kings will issue from your loins. The land I gave to Abraham and Isaac I will give to you, and to your descendants after you I will give the land." Then God departed from him. In the place where God had spoken with him, Jacob set up a sacred pillar, a stone pillar, and upon it he made a libation and poured out oils. Jacob named the place where God spoke to him Bethel. Jacob's families. Then they departed from the Bethel, but while they still had some distance to go to the Ephrath, Rachel went into the labor and suffered great distress. When her labor was most intense, the midwife said to her, "Do not fear, for now you have another son." With her last breath, for she was at the point of the death, she named him Ben-Onis, but his father named him Benjamin. Then Rachel died, and she was buried on the road to the Ephrath, now Bethlehem. Jacob set up a sacred pillar on her grave, and the same pillar marks Rachel's grave to this day. Israel moved on and pitched his tent beyond Migdal Eder. While Israel was encamped in the region, Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine. When Israel heard of it, he was greatly offended. The sons of Jacob were now 12. The son of the Leah, Reuben, Jacob, firstborn, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. The son of the Rachel, Joseph, and Benjamin. The son of the Rachel, maidservant, Bilhah, Dan, and Naphtali. The son of Leah, maidservant, Zilpah, Gad, and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob who were born to him in Padan Aram. Jacob went home to his father Isaac at Mamre in Kiras Arba, now Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac had resided. The length of the Isaac life was 180 years. Then he bridled his last. He died as an old man as was gathered to his people. After a few life, his son Esau and Jacob buried him. Genesis chapter 36, Edomite list. These are the descendants of the Esau, that is Edom. Esau took his wives from among the Canaanite women, Adra, daughter of the Aaron the Hittite, Oholibahah, the daughter of the Anna, the son of the Zibeon the Hivite, on Basemar, daughter of the Ismail, and sister of the Neobaos. Ada bore Eliphaz to Esau, Basemas bore Reuel, and Oholibamah bore Jush, Joram, and Korah. These are the sons of the Esau who were born to him in the land of the Canaan. Esau took his wife, his son, his daughter, and all the members of his household, as well as his livestock, all his cattle, and all the property he had acquired in the land of the Canaan, and went to the land of the Seir away from his brother Jacob. Their possession had become too great for them to dwell together, and the land in which they were residing could not support them because of their livestock. So Esau settled in the high land of the Seir. Esau is Edom. These are the descendants of the Esau, ancestors of the Edomite in the high land of the Seir. These are the name of the son Esau: Eliphaz, son of the Ada, wife of the Esau, and Reuel, son of the Basemas, wife of Esau. The son of Eliphaz were Teman, Omar, Jephor, Gatim, and Kinnaz. Timnah was a concubine of the Eliphaz, the son of the Esau, and she bore Amalek to the Eliphaz. Those were the son of the Ada, the wife of the Esau. These were the son of the Reuel, Nahas, Jurah, Shammah, and Mijrah. Those were the son of the Basemas, the wife of the Esau. These were the son of the Esau wife, Oholibamah, the daughter of the Anna, son of the Gibeon, whom she bore to Esau, Jush, Joram, and Korah. These are the clans of the son of the Esau, the son of the Eliphaz, Esau firstborn, the clans of the Teman, Omar, Jephor, Kinnaz. Korah, Gatam, and Amalek. These are the clan of the Eliphaz, in the land of the Edom. They are the son of the Ada. He the son of the Reuel, son of the Esau, the clan of the Nahas, the Jorah, Shammah, and the Mijrah. These are clan of the Reuel in the land of the Edom. They are the son of the Basemas, wife of the Esau. These were the sons of the Oholibamah, wife of the Esau, the clan of the Jeshi, Zalam, and the Korah. These are the clan of the Esau wife, Oholibamah, daughter of the Anna. These are the sons of the Esau, that is Edom, according to their clans. These are the sons of the Seir, the Horite, the inhabitant of the land, Hotan, Shobal, Gibeon, Anar, Dishon, Ezer, and Disan. Those are the clan of the Horite, son of the Seir in the land of the Edom. The son of the Lotan were Hori and Hammam, and the Lotan's sister was Timnah. These are the sons of the Shobal, Arvan, Mahanas, Ebal, Shaphor, and Onam. These are the sons of the Gibeon, Ira, and Anna. He is the Anna who found water in the desert while he was pasturing the donkeys of his father Gibeon. These are the children of the Anna, Dishon, and Oholibamah, daughter of the Anna. These are the sons of the Dishon: Hamdan, Eshban, Ithran, and Cheran. These are the sons of the Izrah, Bilham, Javan, and Archans. These are the sons of the Dishan, Uz, and Aram. These are the clans of the Horite, the clan of the Lotan, Shobal, Gibeon, Anna. Dishon, Izrah, and Jishhan. Those are the clan of the Horite, clan by clan in the land of the Seir. These are the kings who reigned in the land of the Edom before any kings reigned over the Israelites. Bela, son of the Beor, became king of the Edom. The name of his city was Dinhabaz. When Bela died, Jobab, son of the Jala from Bozrah, succeeded him as king. When Jobab died, Husham from the land of the Temanite succeeded him as king. When Husham died, Hadad, son of the Bedad, succeeded him as king. He is the one who defeated Midian in the country of the Moab. The name of his city was Avis. When Hadad died, Samlah from Maskelah succeeded him as king. When Samlah died, Shaul from Rehoboth on the river succeeded him as king. When Shaul died, Baal-Hanan, son of the Achbor, succeeded him as king. When Baal-Hanan, son of the Achbor, died, Hadad succeeded him as king. The name of his city was Pau. His wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of the Matred, son of Mezahar. These are the names of the clan of the Esau, identified according to their families and localities. The clan of the Timnah, Arva, Jeshdes, Oholibamas, Ela, Pinon, Kenaz, Timman, Mizpah, Magdiel, and Iram. Those are the clan of the Edomites according to their settlement in their territorial holdings. That is of Esau, the ancestor of the Edomites. Genesis chapter 37. Joseph sold into Egypt. Jacob settled in the land where his father had sojourned, the land of the Canaanites. This is the story of the family of Jacob. When Joseph was 17 years old, he was tending the flock with his brothers. He was an assistant to the son of his father, wives Bilhah and Zilpah, and Joseph brought their father better report about them. Israel loved Joseph best of all his sons, for he was child of his old age, and he had made him a long ornamented tunics. When his brothers saw that their father loved him best of all his brothers, they hated him so much that they could not say a kind word to him. Once Joseph had a dream, and when he told his brothers, they hated him even more. He said to them, "Listen to this dream I had. There we were binding sheaves in the field, when suddenly my sheep rose to the upright position, and your sheaves formed a ring around my sheep and bowed down to it." His brother said to him, "Are you really going to make yourself king over us? Will you rule over us?" So they hated him all the more because of his dream and his report. Then he had another dream and told it to his brother. "Look, I had another dream," he said. "This time the sun and the moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me." When he told it to his father and his brothers, his father reproved him and asked, "What is the meaning of this dream of yours? Can it be that I and your mother and your brother are to come and bow down to ground before you?" So his brothers were furious at him, but his father kept the matter in mind. One day when his brother had gone to pasture their father's flocks at Shechem, Israel said to Joseph, "Are your brothers not tending our flock at Shechem? Come and I will send you to them." "I am ready," Joseph answered. "Go then," he replied, "see if all is well with your brother and the flocks, and bring back word." So he sent him out from the valley of the Hebron. When Joseph reached Shechem, a man came upon him as he was wandering about in the fields. "What are you looking for?" the man asked him. "I am looking for my brothers," he answered. "Please tell me where they are tending the flocks." The man told him, "They have moved on from here. In fact, I heard them say, 'Let us go on to the Dothan.'" So Joseph went after his brother and found them in Dothan. They saw him from a distance, and before he reached them, they plotted to kill him. They said to one another, "Here comes that dreamer. Come now, let us kill him and throw him into one of the cisterns here. We could say that a wild beast devoured him. We will see then what comes of his dreams." But when Reuben heard this, he tried to save him from their hands, saying, "We must not take his life." Then Reuben said, "Do not shed blood through him into this cistern in the wilderness, but do not lay a hand on him. His purpose was not save him from their hands and restore him to his father." So when Joseph came up to his brothers, they stripped him of his tunic, the long ornamented tunic he had on. Then they took him and threw him into the cistern. The cistern was empty, there was no water in it. Then they sat down to eat. Looking up, they saw a caravan of the Ishmaelites coming from Gilead. Their camels laden with gum, balm, and resin to be taken down to Egypt. Judah said to his brother, "What is to be gained by killing our brother and concealing his blood? Come, let us sell him to these Ishmaelites, instead of doing away with him ourselves. After all, he is our brother, our own flesh." His brother agreed. Midianite trader passed by, and they pulled Joseph up out of the cistern. They sold Joseph for 20 pieces of the silver to the Ishmaelite, who took him to Egypt. When Reuben went back to the cistern and saw that Joseph was not in it, he tore his garment. And returning to his brother, he exclaimed, "The boy is gone, and where can I turn?" They took Joseph's tunic, and after slaughtering a goat, dipping the tunic in its blood, then they sent someone to bring the long ornamented tunic to their father with the message, "We found this, see whether it is your son's tunic or not." He recognized it and exclaimed, "My son's tunic, a wild beast has devoured him. Joseph has been torn to pieces." Then Joseph tore his garment, put sackcloth on his loins, and mourned his son many days. Though his son and daughter tried to console him, he refused all consolation, saying, "No, I'll go down mourning to my son in Sheol." Thus did his father weep for him. The Midianite meanwhile sold Joseph in Egypt to the Potiphar, the official of the Pharaoh and his chief steward. Genesis chapter 38, Judah and Tamar. About that time, Judah went down away from his brother and pitched his tent near a certain Adullamite named Hira. There Judah saw the daughter of the Canaanite named Shua. He married her and had intercourse with her. She conceived and bore a son whom she named Again she conceived and bore a son whom she named Onan. Then she bore still another son whom she named Shelah. She was in Chechib when she bore him. Judah got a wife named Tamar for his firstborn But Judah's firstborn greatly offended the Lord, so the Lord took his life. Then Judah said to Onan, "Have intercourse with your brother's wife in your fulfillment of your duty as brother-in-law, and thus preserve your brother alive." Onan, however, knew that the offspring would not be his, so whenever he had intercourse with his brother's wife, he wasted his seed on the ground to avoid giving offspring to his brother. What he did greatly offended the Lord, and the Lord took his life too. Then Judah said to his daughter-in-law Tamar, Remain a widow in your father's house until my son Shelah grows up." For he feared that Shelah also might die like his brothers, so Tamar went to live in her father's house. Time passed, and the daughter of the Shua, Judah's wife, died. After Judah completed the period of the mourning, he went up to Timnah to those who were shearing his sheep, in company with his friend Hira the Adullamite. Then Tamar was told, "Your father-in-law is on his way up to Timnah to shear his sheep." So she took off his widow's garment, covered herself with the shawl, and having wrapped herself, sat down at the entrance to Enaim, which is on the way to Timnah, for she was aware that although Shula was not grown up, she had not been given to him in marriage. When Judah saw her, he thought that she was a harlot, since she had covered her face. So we went over to her at the roadside and said, "Come, let me have intercourse with you." For he did not realize that she was his daughter-in-law. She replied, "What will you pay me for letting you have intercourse with me?" He answered, "I'll send you a young goat from the flock." "Very well," she said, "provided you leave me pledge until you send it." Judah asked, "What pledge should I leave you?" She answered, "Your seal and cord and the staff in your hand." So he gave them to her and had intercourse with her, and she conceived by him. After she got up and went away, she took up his shawl and put on her widow's garment again. Judah sent the young goat by his friend the Adullamite to recover the price from the woman, but he did not find her. So he asked the man of the place, "Where is the prostitute, the one by the roadside in Enaim?" But they answered, "No prostitute has been here." He went back to Judah and told him, "I did not find her." And besides, the man of the place said, "No prostitute has been here." "Let her keep the things," Judah replied, "otherwise he will become a laughing stock. After I did send her this young goat, but you did not find her." About 3 months later, Judah was told, "Your daughter-in-law Tamar has acted like a harlot, and now she is pregnant from her harlotries." Judah said, "Bring her out, let her be burnt." But as she was being brought out, she sent word to her father-in-law, "It is by the man to whom this thing belongs that I am pregnant." Then she said, "She whose seal and cord and staff these are?" Judah recognized them and said, "She is in right rather than I, since I did not give her to my son Shelah." He had no further sexual relation with her. When the time of the delivery came, there were twins in her wombs. While she was giving birth, one put out his hand, and the midwife took and tied a crimson thread on his hand, noting this one came out first. But as he withdrew his hand, his brother came out, and she said, "What breach you have made for yourself." So he was called Perez. After his brother, who had the crimson thread on his hand, came out, he was called Jerah. Genesis chapter 39, Joseph's temptation. When Joseph was taken down to Egypt, an Egyptian, Potiphar, an official, Pharaoh, and his chief steward bought him from the Ishmaelites who had brought him there. The Lord was with Joseph, and he enjoyed great success and was assigned to the household of the Egyptian master. When his master saw that the Lord was with him and brought him success in whatever he did, he favored Joseph and made him his personal attendant. He put him in charge of his household and entrusted to him all his possessions. From the moment that he put him in charge of his household and all his possessions, the Lord blessed the Egyptian house for Joseph's sake. The Lord's blessing was on everything he owned, both inside the house and out. Having left everything he owned in Joseph's charge, he gave no thought with Joseph there to anything but the food he ate. Now Joseph was well built and handsome. After a time, his master's wife looked at him with a longing and said, "Lie with me." But he refused and said to his master's wife, "Look, as long as I'm here, my master does not give a thought to anything in the house, but has entrusted to me all he owns. He has no more authority in this house than I do. He has withheld from me nothing but you. Since you are his wife, how then could I do this great wrong and sin against God? Although she spoke to him day after day, he would not agree to lie with her or even be near her. One such day, when Joseph came into the house to do his work, and none of the household servants were then in the house, she laid hold of him by his cloak, saying, "Lie with me," but leaving the cloak in her hands, he escaped and ran outside. When she saw that he had left his cloak in her hand as he escaped outside, she cried out to her household servant and told them, "Look, my husband has brought us a Hebrew man to mock us. He came in here to lie with me, but I cried out loudly. When he heard me scream, he left his cloak beside me and escaped and ran aside." She kept the cloak with her until his master came home. Then she told him the same story. "The Hebrew slave who brought us came to me to amuse himself at my expense. But I am," screamed. "He left his cloak beside me and escaped outside." When the master heard his wife's story, in which she reported, "Thus and so your servant did to me," he became enraged. Joseph's master seized him and put him into the jail where the king's prisoners were confined, and there he sat in jail. But the Lord was with Joseph and showed him kindness by making the chief jailer well disposed toward him. The chief jailer put Joseph in charge of all the prisoners in the jail. Everything that had to be done there, he was the one to do it. The chief jailer did not have to look after anything that was in Joseph's charge, since the Lord was with him and was bringing success to whatever he was doing. Genesis chapter 40. The dreams interpreted. Sometime afterward, the royal cupbearer and the baker offended their lord, the king of Egypt. Pharaoh was angry with his two officials, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker, and he put them in custody in the house of the chief steward, the same jail where Joseph was confined. The chief steward assigned Joseph to them, and he became their attendant after they had been in custody for some time. The cupbearer and the baker of the king of the East, who were confined in the jail, both had dreamed on the same night, each his own dream, and each dream with its own meaning. When Joseph came to them in the morning, he saw that they looked disturbed. So he asked the Pharaoh officials who were with him in custody in his master's house, "Why do you look so troubled today?" They answered him, "We have had dreams, but there is no one to interpret them." Joseph said to them, "Do interpretation not come from God? Please tell me the dreams." Then the chief cupbearer told Joseph his dream. "In my dream," he said, "I saw a vine in front of me. And on the vine were 3 branches. It had barely budded when its blossoms came out, and its cluster ripened into grapes. Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, so I took the grapes, pressed them out into his cup, and put it in Pharaoh's hands." Joseph said to him, "This is its interpretation. The 3 branches are 3 days. Within 3 days, Pharaoh will single you out and restore you to your post. You will be handling Pharaoh his cup as you formerly did when you were his cupbearer. Only think of me when all is well with you, and please do me the great favor of mentioning me to Pharaoh to get me out of this place. The truth is that I was kidnapped from the land of the Hebrews, and I have not done anything here that they should have put me into dungeons." When the chief baker saw that Joseph had given a favorable interpretation, he said to him, I too have a dream. In it I had 3 bread baskets on my head. In the top one were all kinds of bakery products of the Pharaoh, but the birds were eating them out of the basket on my head. Joseph said to him in reply, This is its interpretation. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Within 3 days, the Pharaoh will single you out and will impale you on stake, and the birds will be eating your flesh. And so on the 3rd day, which was the Pharaoh's birthday, when he gave a banquet to all servants, he singled out the chief cupbearer and the chief baker in the midst of the servants. He restored the chief cupbearer to his office, so that he again handed the cup to Pharaoh. But the chief baker he impaled, just as Joseph had told them in his interpretations. Yet the chief cupbearer did not think of Joseph, he forgot him. Genesis chapter 41, Pharaoh's dream. After the lapse of the 2 years, Pharaoh had a dream. He was standing by the Nile. When out of the Nile came 7 cows, fine-looking and fat. They grazed in the reed grass. Behind them, 7 other cows, poor-looking and gaunt, came up out of the Nile, and standing on the bank of the Nile beside the others. The poor-looking, gaunt cows devoured the 7 fine-looking, fat cows. Then Pharaoh woke up. He fell asleep again and had another dream. He saw 7 ears of the grain, fat and healthy, growing on the single stalk. Behind them sprouted 7 ears of the grain, thin and scorched by the east wind. And the thin ears swallowed up the 7 fat, healthy ears. Then Pharaoh woke up. It was a dream. Next morning his mind was agitated, so Pharaoh had all the magicians and the sages of Egypt summoned and recounted his dream to them. But there was no one to interpret it for him. Then the chief cupbearer said to Pharaoh, Now I remember my negligence. Once when Pharaoh was angry with his servant, he put me and the chief baker in custody in the house of the chief steward. Later, we both had dreams on the same night, and each of our dreams had its own meaning. There was a Hebrew youth with us, a slave of the chief steward, and when he told him our dreams, he interpreted them for us and explained for each of us the meaning of his dream. Things turned out just as he had told us. I was restored to my post, but the other man was impaired. Pharaoh therefore had Joseph summoned, and they hurriedly brought him from the dungeon. After he shaved and changed his clothes, he came to Pharaoh. Pharaoh then said to Joseph, I had a dream, but there was no one to interpret it. But I hear it said of you, if he hears a dream, he can interpret it. It is not I, Joseph replied to Pharaoh, but God who will respond for the well-being of the Pharaohs. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, In my dream I was standing on the bank of the Nile, when up from the Nile came 7 cows, fat and well-formed. They grazed in the reed grass. Behind them came 7 other cows, scrawny, most ill-formed and gaunt. Never have I seen such bad specimens as these in the older land of Egypt. The gaunt, bad cows devoured the first 7 fat cows, but when they had consumed them, no one could tell that they had done so, because they looked as bad as before. Then I woke up. In another dream, I saw 7 ears of the grain, full and healthy, growing on the single stalk. Behind them sprouted 7 ears of the grain, shriveled and thin and scorched by the east wind. And the 17 years swallowed up the 7 healthy years. I have spoken to the magician, but there is no one to explain it to me. Joseph said to Pharaoh, Pharaoh's dreams have the same meaning. God has made known to Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 healthy cows are 7 years, and the 7 healthy years are 7 years, the same in each dream. The 17 bad cows that came up after them are 7 years, as are 17 years scorched by the east wind. They are 7 years of the famine. Things are just as I told the Pharaoh. God has revealed to the Pharaoh what he is about to do. 7 years of the great abundance are now coming throughout the land of the Egypt. But 7 years of the famine will rise after them, that when all the abundance will be forgotten in the land of the Egypt, when the famine has exhausted the land. No trace of the abundance will be found in the land because of the famine that follows it, for it will be very severe. That Pharaoh had the same dream twice means that matter has been confirmed by God, and God will soon bring it about. Therefore, let Pharaoh seek out the discerning and wise men and put him in charge of the land of the Egypt. Let Pharaoh act and appoint overseers for the land to organize it during 7 years of the abundance. They should collect all food of these coming good years, gathering the grain under Pharaoh's authority for food in the cities, and they should guard it. This food will serve as a reserve for the country against the 7 years of the famine that will occur in the land of the Egypt, so that the land may not perish in the famines. This advice pleased the Pharaoh and all his servants. Could he find another like him? Pharaoh asked his servant, a man so endowed with the spirit of the God. So Pharaoh said to Joseph, since God has made all this known to you, there is no one as discerning and wise as you are. You shall be in charge of my household, and all my people will obey your command. Only in respect to the throne will I outrank you. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, look, I put you in charge of the whole land of the Egypt. With that, Pharaoh took up his signet ring and put it on Joseph's finger. He dressed him in robes of the fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck. He then had him ride in second chariot, and they shouted Abarak before him. Thus was Joseph installed over the whole land of the Egypt. I am Pharaoh, he told Joseph, but without your approval no one shall lift hand or foot in all the land of the Egypt. Pharaoh also bestowed the name of the Japanese Panis on Joseph, and he gave him in the marriage Asenath, the daughter of the Potiphera, priest of the Heliopolis, and Joseph went out over the land of the Egypt. Joseph was 30 years old when he was entered the service of the Pharaoh, king of the Egypt. After Joseph left the Pharaoh, he went throughout the land of the Egypt. During the 7 years of the plenty, when the land produced abundant crops, he collected all the food of the year of the plenty that the land of the Egypt was enjoying and stored it in the cities, placing in each city the crops of the fields around it. Joseph collected the grain like the sand of the sea, so much that at the last he stopped measuring it, for it was beyond measure. Before the famine years set in, Joseph became the father of the 2 sons born to him by the Asenath, the daughter of the Potiphera, priest of the Heliopolis. Joseph named his firstborn Manasseh, meaning God has made me forget entirely my trouble and my father's house. And the second is named Ephraim, meaning God has made me afraid in the land of my affliction. When the 7 years of the abundance enjoyed by the land of Egypt came to an end, the 7 years of the famine set in, just as Joseph had said. Although there was a famine in all the other countries, food was available throughout the land of Egypt. When all the land of Egypt became hungry and the people cried to Pharaoh for food, Pharaoh said to all the Egyptians, "Go to Joseph and do whatever he tells you." When the famine had spread throughout the land, Joseph opened all the cities that had grain and rationed it to Egyptians, since the famine had gripped the land of Egypt. Indeed, the whole world came to Egypt to Joseph to buy grain, for famine had gripped the whole world. Genesis chapter 42, the brother first journey to Egypt. When Jacob learned that grain ration were for sale in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why do you keep looking at one another?" He went on, "I hear that grain is for sale in Egypt. Go down there and buy some for us, that we may stay alive and not die." So 10 of Joseph's brothers went down to buy grain for Egypt. But Jacob did not send Joseph's brother Benjamin with his brother, for he thought some disaster might befall him. And so the sons of Israel were among those who came to buy grain, since there was a famine in the land of the Canaanites. Joseph, as governor of the country, was the one who sold grain to all the people of the land. When Joseph's brother came, they bowed down to him with their face to the ground. He recognized them as soon as he saw them, but he concealed his own identity from them and spoke harshly to them. "Where do you come from?" he asked them. They answered, "From the land of the Canaan, to buy food." When Joseph recognized his brother, although they did not recognize him, he was reminded of the dream he had about them. He said to them, "You are spies. You have come to see the weak point of the land." "No, my lord," they replied. "On the contrary, your servants have come to buy food. All of us are sons of the same man. We are honest men. Your servants had never been spies." But he answered them, "Not so. It is the weak point of the land that you have come to see. We, your servants," they said, "are 12 brothers, sons of the certain man in Canaan, but the youngest one is present with our father, and the other one is no more." "It is just as I said," Joseph persisted, "you are spies. This is how you shall be tested. I swear by the life of the Pharaoh that you shall not live here unless your youngest brother comes here. So send one of your number to get your brother, while the rest of you stay here under arrest. Thus will your words be tested for their truth. If they are untrue, as Pharaoh lives, you are spies." With that, he locked them up in the guard house for 3 days. On the third day, Joseph said to them, "Do this, and you shall live, for I am God-fearing man. If you are honest men, let one of your brothers be confined in this prison, while the rest of you go and take home grain for your starving families. But you must bring me your youngest brother. Your words will thus be verified, and you will not die." To this they agreed. To one another, however, they said, "Truly you are being punished because of our brother. We saw the anguish of his heart when he prayed with us, when you would not listen. That is why this anguish has now come upon us." Then Reuben responded, "Did I not tell you, do no wrong to the boy? But you would not listen. Now comes the reckoning for his blood." They did not know, of course, that Joseph understood what they said, since he spoke with them through an interpreter. But turning away from them, he wept. When he was able to speak to them again, he took Simeon from among them and bound him before their eyes. Then Joseph gave order to have their containers filled with the grain, their money replaced in each one sack, and the provision given them for their journey. After this had been done for them, they loaded their donkeys with grain and departed. At the night, the encampment, when one of them opened his bag to give his donkey some fodder, he saw his money there in the mouth of his bag. He cried out to his brother, "My money has been returned. Here it is in my bag." At that, their hearts sank. Trembling, they asked one another, "What is this that God has done to us?" When they got back to the father Jacob in the land of the Canaan, they told him all that had happened to them. "The man who is the lord of the land," they said, "spoke to us harshly and put us in custody on the grounds that we were spying on the land. But he said to him, 'We are honest men, we have never been spies. We are 12 brothers, son of Sam's father, but one is no more, and the youngest one is now.' That the man who is the lord of the land said to us, 'This brother and I know that you are not spies, but honest men. I will restore your brother to you, and you may move about freely in the land.' When they were emptying their sacks, there is in each one sack was his money bag. At the sight of their money bags, their father were afraid. Their father Jacob said to them, 'Must you make me childless? Joseph is no more, Simeon is no more, and now you would take Benjamin away. All these things have happened to me.' Then Reuben told his father, 'You may kill my own two sons if I do not return him to you. Put him in my care, and I'll bring him back to you.' But Jacob replied, 'My son shall not go down with you now that his brother is dead. He is the only one left. If some disaster should befall him on the journey you must make, you would send my white head down to Sheol in Greek.'" Genesis chapter 43, the second journey to Egypt. Now the famine in the land grew severe. So when they had used up all the grain they had brought from Egypt, their father said to them, "Go back and buy us a little more food." But Judah replied, "The man strictly warned us, 'You shall not see me unless your brother is with you.' If you are willing to let our brother go with us, we will go down to buy food for you. But if you are not willing, you will not go down, because the man told us, 'You shall not see me unless your brother is with you.'" Israel demanded, "Why do you bring this trouble on me by telling the man that you had another brother?" They answered, "The man kept asking about us and our family. Is your father still living? Do you have another brother?" We answered him accordingly. How could we know that we would say, "Bring your brother down here"? Then Judah urged his father Israel, "Let the boy go with me, that we may be up and on our way, if you and we and our children are to keep from starving to death. I myself will serve as a guarantee for him. You can hold me responsible for him. If I fail to bring him back and set him before you, I will bear the blame before you forever." Have we not delayed, we could have been there and back twice by now. Israel their father then told them, "If it must be so, then do this. Put some of the land of the best product in your bags and take them down to men as gift. Some balm and honey, gum and resin, and pistachios and almonds. Also take double the money along, for you must return the amount that was put back in the mouths of your bags. It may have been a mistake. Take your brother too, and be on your way back to the man. May God Almighty grant you mercy in the presence of the man, so that he may let your other brother go, as well as Benjamin. As for me, if I am to suffer bereavement, I shall suffer it." So the men took those gifts and doubled the money and the Benjamin. They made their way down to Egypt and presented themselves before Joseph. When Joseph saw them and the Benjamin, he told his steward, "Take the men into the house and have the animals slaughtered and prepared, for they are to dine with me at noon." Doing as Joseph had ordered, the steward conducted the man to Joseph's house. But they became apprehensive when they were arrived to the house. It must be, they thought, on account of the money put back in our bags the first time, that we are taken inside in order to attack us and take out donkeys and seize us as slaves. So they went up to Joseph's steward and talked to him at the entrance of the house. If you please, sir, they said, we came down here once before to buy food. But when we arrived at the night encampment and opened our bags, there was each man money in the mouth of his bag, our money in the full of the amount. We have now brought it back. We have brought our money to buy food. We do not know who put our money in our bags. He replied, calm down, do not fear. Your God and the God of your father must have put treasure in your bags for you. As for your money, I received it. With that, he led Simeon out to them. The steward then brought the men inside the Joseph's house. He gave them water to wash their feet and gave fodder to their donkeys. Then they set out their gift away. Joseph arrived at noon, for they had heard that they were to dine there. When Joseph came home, they presented him with the gift that they had brought inside, while they bowed down before him to the ground. After inquiring how they were, he asked them, and how is your aged father of whom you spoke? Is he still alive? Your servant our father is still alive and doing well, they said, as they knelt and bowed down. Then Joseph looked up and saw Benjamin, his brother, the son of his mother. He asked, is this your youngest brother of whom you told me? Then he said to him, may God be gracious to you, my son. With that, Joseph hurried out, for he was so overcome with affliction for his brother that he was on the verge of the tears. So he went into a private room and wept there. After washing his face, he reappeared, and now having corrected himself, gave the order, serve the meal. It was served separated to him, to the brother, and to Egyptian who partook of his board. Egyptian may not eat with the Hebrews, that is abhorrent to them. When they were seated before him according to their age, from the oldest to the youngest, they looked at one another in amazement. And as a portion were brought to them from Joseph's table, Benjamin's portion was 5 times as large as anyone else. So they drank freely and made merry with him. Genesis chapter 44, final text. Then Joseph commanded his steward, fill the man's bag with as much food as they can carry, as put each man money in the mouth of his bag. In the mouth of youngest one's bag put also my silver goblet, together with the money for his grain. The steward did as Joseph said. At daybreak the men and their donkeys were sent off. They had not gone far out of the city when Joseph said to his steward, go at once after the men. When you overtake them, say to them, why did you repay good with evil? Why did you steal my silver goblet? Is not the very one from which my master drinks and which he used for divinations? What you have done is wrong. When the steward overtook them and repeated these words to them, they said to him, why does my Lord say such things? Far be it from your servant to do such things. We even brought back to you from the land of the Ghana the money that you found in the mouth of our bags. How could we steal silver or gold from your master's house? If any of your servant is found to have the goblet, he shall die, and as for the rest of us, we shall become my Lord's slaves. But he replied, now what you propose is fair enough, but only the one who is found to have it shall become my slave, and the rest of you can go free. Then each of them quickly lowered his bag to the ground and opened it. When a search was made, starting with the oldest and ending with the youngest, the cavalry turned up in Benjamin's bed. At this they tore their garments, then when each man had loaded his donkey again, they returned to the cities. When Judah and his brother entered Joseph's house, he was still there, so they flung themselves on the ground before him. How could you do such things? Joseph asked them. Did you not know that such a man as I could discern my divination? What happens? Judah replied, what can he say to my Lord? How can he plead or how try to prove our innocence? God has uncovered your servant's guilt. Here we are, then, the slaves of my Lord. The rest of us no less than the one in whose possession the goblet was found. Joseph said, far be it from me to act thus. Only the one in whose possession the goblet was found shall become my slave. The rest of you may go back unharmed to your father. Judah then stepped up to him and said, I beg you, my lord, let your servant appear to my lord. Do not become angry with your servant, for you are the equal of the Pharaoh's. My lord asked his servant, have you a father or another brother? So he said to my lord, we have an aged father and a younger brother, the child of his old age. This one full brother is dead, and since he is the only one by his mother who is left, his father is devoted to him. Then you told your servant to bring him down to me that I might see him. We replied to my lord, the boy cannot leave his father. His father would die if he left him. But you told your servant, unless your youngest brother come down with you, you shall not see me again. When you return to your servant, my father will report to him the words of my lord. Later our father said, go back and buy some food for us. So we remind him, we cannot go down there, only if your youngest brother is with us can he go. For we may not see the man if our youngest brother is not with us. Then your servant my father said to us, as you know, my wife bore me 2 sons. One of them, however, has gone away from me, and I said, he must have been torn to pieces by wild beasts. I have not seen him since. If you take this one away from me too, and digest before him, you will send my white head down to Sheol in griefs. So now, if the boy is not with us when I go back to your servant my father, whose very life is bound up with his, he will die as soon as he sees that boy is missing. And your servant will thus send the white head of your servant and our father down to the Sheol in griefs. Besides, I, your servant, have guaranteed the boy's safety for my father by saying, if I fail to bring him back to your father, I will bear the blame before you forever. So now let me, your servant, remain in place of the boy as the slave to my lord, and let the boy go back with his brothers. How could I go back to my father if the boy were not with me? I could not bear to see the anguish that would overcome my father. Genesis chapter 45, the truth revealed. Joseph could no longer restrain himself in the presence of the old attendant, so he cried out, have everyone withdraw from me. So no one attended him when he made himself known to his brothers. But his sobs were so loud that the Egyptian heard him, and so news reached the Pharaoh's house. I am Joseph, he said to his brother. Is my father still alive? But his brother could give him no answer, so dumbfounded were they at him. Come close to me, Joseph told his brother. When they had done so, he said, I am your brother Joseph, whom you sold into Egypt. But now do not be distressed and do not be angry with yourself for having sold me here. It was really for the sake of the saving lives that God sent me here ahead of you. The famine has been in the land for 2 years now, and for the 5 more years, cultivation will yield no harvest. God therefore sent me on ahead of you to ensure for you a remnant on earth and to save your lives in extraordinary deliverance. So it was not really you, but God who had me come here, and He has made me a father to Pharaoh, lord of all his household, and the ruler over the whole land of Egypt. Hurry back then to my father and tell him, Thus says your son Joseph, God has made me lord of all Egypt. Come down to me without delay. You can settle in the region of the Goshen, where you will be near me, you and your children and children's children, your flocks and herds and everything that you own. I will provide for you there in the 5 years of the famine that lie ahead, so that you and your household and all that are yours will not suffer want. Surely you can see for yourselves, and Benjamin can say for himself, that it is I who I am speaking to you. Tell my father all about my high position in Egypt and all that you have seen, but hurry and bring my father down here. Then he threw his arms around his brother Benjamin and wept on his shoulders. Joseph then kissed all his brother and wept over them, and only then was his brother able to talk with him. The news reached the Pharaoh's house. Joseph's brother had come. Pharaoh and his officials were pleased. So Pharaoh told Joseph, Say to your brothers, This is what you shall do. Load up your animals and go without delay to the land of the Canaanites. There get your father and your household, and then come to me. I'll assign you the best land in Egypt, where you will live out the fat of the land. Instruct them further to this, take wagons from the land of Egypt for your children and your wives, and bring your father back here. Do not be concerned about your belongings, for the best in the whole land of Egypt shall be yours. The sons of Israel acted accordingly. Joseph gave them the wagons, as Pharaoh had ordered, and he supplied them with provision for the journey. He also gave to each of them a set of the clothes, but to Benjamin he gave 300 shekels of the silver and 5 sets of the clothes. Moreover, what he sent to his father was 10 donkeys loaded with the finest product of Egypt, and another 10 loaded with grain and bread and provision for his father's journey. As he sent his brother on their way, he told them to not quarrel on the way. So they went out from Egypt and came to the land of the Canaan to their father Jacob. When they told him, Joseph is still alive, in fact it is he who is governing all the land of Egypt, he was unmoved, for he did not believe them. But when they recounted to him all that Joseph had told them, and when he saw the wagon that Joseph had sent to transport him, the spirit of their father Jacob came to life. Enough, said Israel, my son Joseph is still alive. I must go and see him before I die. Genesis chapter 46, Migration to Egypt. Israel set out with all that was his. When he arrived at the Beersheba, he offered sacrifice to the God of his father Isaac. The God speaking to Israel in a vision by night called Jacob. Jacob, he answered, Here I am. Then he said, I am God, the God of your father. Do not be afraid to go down to Egypt, for there I will make you a great nation. I will go down to Egypt with you, and I will also bring you back here after Joseph has closed your eyes. So Jacob departed from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel put their father and their wives and children on the wagons that Pharaoh had sent to transport him. They took with them their livestock and the possession they had acquired in the land of the Canaan. So Jacob and all his descendants came to Egypt. His sons and his grandson, his daughter and his granddaughters, all his descendants he took with him to Egypt. These are the names of the Israelites, Jacob and his children who came to Egypt, Reuben, Jacob, firstborn. And the sons of the Reuben, Hanok, Balu, Hezron, and Camri. The sons of the Simeon, Jamuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Johar, and Shaul, son of the Canaanite woman. The sons of the Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Meraris. The sons of the Judah, Uz, Onan, Shelah, Perez, and Zerah. But Ur and Onan had died in the land of the Canaan, and the sons of the Perez were Hezron and Hamul. The sons of the Issachar, Tola, Pua, Jashub, and Shimron. The sons of the Zebulun, Sarad, Elon, and Jair. These were the sons whom Leah bore to Jacob in the Padan Aram, along with his daughter Dinah. 33 persons in all, sons and daughters. The sons of the Gad, Japhon, Haggai, Shunai, Isbon, Arai, Arod, and Orlilis. The sons of the Asher, Imnah, Ishbar, Ishvi, and Berais, with their sister Sarah, and the sons of the Boliah, Hobor, and Matthias. These are the children of the Zilpah, whom Laban had given to his daughter Leah. These she bore to Jacob 16 persons in all. The son of the Jacob wife Rachel, Joseph, and the Benjamins. In the land of the Egypt, Joseph became the father of the Manasseh and the Ephraim, who Ashnath, daughter of the Potiphera, priest of the Heliopolis, brought to him. The sons of Benjamin, Bela, Betro, Ashbel, Giraz, Naaman, Arirams, Shupham, Huphams, and Ard. These are the sons whom Rachel brought to Jacob, 14 persons in all. The sons of the Dan, Hushim. The sons of the Naphtali, Jezil, Guni, and Jejeros, and the Shurlams. These are the sons of the Bilhah, whom Laban had given to his daughter Rachel. These she bore to Jacob, 7 persons in all. Jacob people who came to Egypt, his direct descendants, not counting the wives of the Jacob's sons, numbered 66 persons in all. Together with Joseph's sons who were born to him in Egypt, 2 persons, all the people comprising the household of Jacob who had come to Egypt, amount to 70 persons in all. Israel had sent Judah away to Joseph so that he might meet him in Goshen on his arrival in the region of the Goshen. Joseph prepared his chariot and went up to meet his father Israel in Goshen. As soon as Israel made his appearance, Joseph threw his arms around him and wept a long time on his shoulders. And Israel said to Joseph, "At last I can die, now that I have seen for myself that you are still alive." Joseph then said to his brother and his father's household, "I will go and inform Pharaoh, telling him, my brother and my father's household, whose home is in the land of the Canaan, have come to me. The men are shepherds, having been owners of the livestock, and they have brought with them their flock and herds, as well as everything else they own. So when Pharaoh summons you and asks what your occupation is, you must answer, 'We, your servants, like our ancestors, have been owners of the livestock from our youth until now, in order that you may stay in the region of the Goshen, since all shepherds are abhorrent to the Egyptian.'" Genesis chapter 47, Settlement in Goshen. Joseph went and told the Pharaoh, "My father and my brother have come from the land of the Canaan with their flock and herds and everything else they own, and they are now in the region of the Goshen." He then presented Pharaoh 5 of his brothers whom had selected from their full numbers. When Pharaoh asked them, "What is your occupation?" they answered, "We, your servant, like our ancestors, are shepherds." "Ye have come," they continued, in order to sojourn in this land, for there is no pasture for your servant flock, because the famine has been severe in the land of the Canaan. So now please let your servant settle in the region of the Goshen. The land of Egypt is at your disposal. Settle your father and brother in the pig of the land. Let them settle in the region of the Goshen. And if you know of the capable man among them, put them in charge of my livestock." Then Joseph brought his father Jacob and presented him to Pharaoh, and Jacob blessed Pharaoh. Then Pharaoh asked Jacob, "How many years have you lived?" Jacob replied, "The years I have lived as wayfarers amount to 130. Few and hard have been these years of my life, and they do not compare with the years that my ancestors lived as wayfarers." Then Jacob blessed Pharaoh and withdrew from his presence. Joseph settled his father and brother and gave them a holding in Egypt on the peak of the land, in the region of the Ramesses, as Pharaoh had ordered. And Joseph provided food for his father and the brother and his father's whole household, down to the youngest. Joseph's land policy. Since there was no food in all land because of the extreme severity of the famine, and the land of Egypt and Canaan were languishing from hunger, Joseph gathered in as payment for the grain that they were buying all the money that was to be found in Egypt and Canaan, and he put it in Pharaoh's house. When all the money in Egypt and Canaan was spent, all the Egyptians came to Joseph, pleading, "Give us food. Why should we perish in front of you, for our money is gone?" "Give me your livestock if your money is gone," replied Joseph. "I'll give you food in return for your livestock." So they brought their livestock to Joseph, and he gave them food in exchange for their horses, their flock of the sheep, and the herds of the cattle, and their donkeys. Thus he supplied them with food in exchange for all their livestock in that year. That year ended, and they came to him in the next one and said, "We cannot hide from my lord that with our money spent and our livestock made over to my lord, there is nothing left to put at my lord's disposal except our bodies and our land. Why should we and our land perish before your very eyes? Take us and our land in exchange for food, and we will become Pharaoh's slaves, and our land is properties. Only give us a seed that we may survive and not perish, and that our land may not turn into a waste." So Joseph acquired all the land of the east for Pharaoh. Each of the Egyptians sold his field, since the famine weighed heavily upon them. Thus the land passed over to Pharaoh. And the people were reduced to slavery from one end of the Egypt territory to the others. Only the priest land Joseph did not acquire, since the priest had a fixed allowance from Pharaoh and lived out the allowance Pharaoh had granted them. They did not have to sell their land. Joseph told the people, "Now that I have acquired you and your land from Pharaoh, here is your seed for sowing the land. But when the harvest is in, you must give us a fifth of it to Pharaoh, while you keep 4/5 as seed for your field and as food for yourselves and your household and as food for your children." "You have saved our lives," they answered. "We have found favor with my lord. Now we will be Pharaoh's slaves." Thus Joseph made a statute for the land of Egypt, which is still in force, that a fifth of the produce should go to Pharaoh. Only the land of the priest did not pass over to Pharaoh. Israel blessed Ephraim and Manasseh. Thus Israel settled in the land of Egypt in the region of the Goshen. There they acquired holdings, were fertile and multiplied greatly. Jacob lived in the land of the East for 17 years. The span of his life came to 147 years. When the time approached for Israel to die, he called his son Joseph and said to him, "If it please you, put your hand under my thigh as a sign of your enduring fidelity to me. Do not bury me in Egypt. When I lie down with my ancestors, take me out of Egypt and bury me in their burial place. I'll do as you say," he replied. But his father demanded, "Swear it to me." So Joseph swore to him. Then Israel bowed at the head of the bed. Genesis chapter 48. Sometime afterward, Joseph was informed, "Your father is failing," so he took along with him his two sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. When Jacob was told, "Your son Joseph has come to you," Israel rallied his strength and sat up in bed. Jacob then said to Joseph, "God Almighty appeared to me at Luz in the land of the Canaan and blessing me. He said, I'll make you fertile and multiply you and make you into assembly of the peoples, and I'll give this land to your descendants after you as a permanent possession. So now your two sons who were born to you in the land of Egypt before I joined you here shall be mine. Ephraim and Manasseh shall be mine as much as Reuben and Simeon are mine. Progeny born to you after them shall remain yours, but their heritage shall be recorded in the name of their brothers. I did this because when I was returning from Padan, your mother Rachel died to my sorrow during the journey up to Canaan, while we were still short distance from Ephrath, and I buried her there on the way to Ephrath, now Bethlehem. When Israel saw Joseph's sons, he asked, "Who are these?" "They are my sons," Joseph answered his father. "Whom God has given me here, bring them to me," said his father, "that I may bless them." Now Israel's eyes were dim for age, he could not see well. When Joseph brought his son close to him, he kissed and embraced them. Then Israel said to Joseph, "I never expect to see your face again, and now God has allowed me to see your descendants as well." Joseph removed them from his father's knees and bowed down before him with his face to the ground. Then Joseph took the two, Ephraim with his right hand to Israel's left, and Manasseh with his left hand to Israel's right, and brought them up to him. But Israel, crossing his hand, put out his right hand and laid it on the head of the Ephraim, although he was younger, and his left hand on the head of the Manasseh, although he was the firstborn. Then he blessed them with these words, "May God, in whose presence my father Abraham and Isaac walked, the God who has been my shepherd from my birth to this day, the angel who has delivered me from all harm, bless these boys, that in them my name be recalled, and the name of my father Abraham and Isaac, and they may become teeming multitude upon the earth." When Joseph saw that his father had laid his right hand on the Ephraim's head, this seemed wrong to me, so he took hold of his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh, saying, "That is not right, father, the other one is firstborn, lay your right hand on his head." But his father refused. "I know it, son," he said. "I know that one too shall become a people, and he too shall be great. Nevertheless, his younger brother shall surpass him, and his descendants shall become a multitude of the nation. So he blessed them that day and said, By you shall the people of Israel pronounce blessing, saying, God make you like Ephraim and Manasseh. Thus he praised Ephraim before Manasseh. Then Israel said to Joseph, I am about to die, but God will be with you and will restore you to the land of your ancestors. As for me, I give to you as to the one above his brother Shechem, which I captured from the Amorite with my sword and bow. Genesis chapter 49, Jacob's testament. Jacob called his son and said, Gather around that I may tell you what is to happen to you in days to come. Assemble and listen, sons of Jacob, listen to Israel, your father. You Reuben, my firstborn, my strength, and the first fruit of my vigor, excelling in rank and excelling in power. Turbulent as water, you shall no longer excel, for you climbed into your father's bed and defiled my couch to my sorrow. Simeon and the Levi brother, indeed, the weapon of the violence are their knives. Let not my person enter their council, or my honor be joined with their companies. For in their fury they killed men, at their hymn they maimed oxen. Cursed be their fury so fierce, and their rage so cruel. I will scatter them in Jacob, disperse them throughout Israel. You Judah shall your brother praise, your hand on the neck of your enemies. The son of your father shall bow down to you. Judah is a lion cub. You have grown up on prey, my son. He crouches, lies down like a lioness. Who would dare rouse him? The scepter shall never depart from Judah, or the mace from between his feet, until tribute comes to him, and he receives the people's obedience. He tethers his donkey to the vine, his donkey fall to the choicest stem. In wine he washes his garment, his robe in the blood of the grapes. His eyes are darker than wine, and his teeth are whiter than milk. Zebulun shall dwell by the seashore, he will be haven for ships, and his flank shall rest on Sidon. Issachar is a low-boned donkey crouching between the saddlebags. When he saw how good the saddle-ripe was and how pleasant the land, he bent his shoulder to the burden and became toiling serf. Dan shall achieve justice for his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Let Dan be serpent by the roadside, a horned viper by the path, that bite the horse's hair so that the rider tumbles backward. I long for your deliverance, O Lord. God shall be raided by raiders, but he shall raid at their heels. Asher's produce is rich, and he shall furnish delicacies for kings. Naphtali is a hind let loose, which brings forth lovely fawns. Joseph is a wild colt by a spring, wild colts on a hillside. Hearing him on the shooting, the archers opposed him. But his bow remained taut, and his arms were nimble. By the power of the mighty one of the Jacob, because of the shepherd, the rock of the Israel. The God of your father who helps you, God Almighty who blesses you, with the blessing of the heavens above, the blessing of the abyss that crouches below, the blessing of the breast and wombs. The blessing of the fresh grain and the blossom, the blessing of the everlasting mountain, the delight of the eternal hills, may they rest on the head of the Joseph, on the brow of the prince among his brothers. Benjamin is a ravenous wolf, morning he devours the prey, and the evening he distributes the spoils. Farewell and death. All these are the 12 tribes of the Israel, and this is what their father said about them as he blessed them, to to each he gave a suitable blessing. Then he gave them this charge: since I am about to gather to my people, bury me with my ancestor in the cave that lies in the field of the Ephron the Hittite. The cave in the field of the Machpelah, facing on Mamre in the land of the Ghana, the field of the Abraham bought from Ephron the Hittite for a burial ground. There Abraham and his wife Sarah are buried, and so are Isaac his wife Rebekah, and there too I buried Leah. The field and the cave in it that had been purchased from the Hittite. When Jacob had finished giving these instructions to his sons, he drew his feet into the bed, breathed his last, and was gathered to his people. Genesis chapter 50. Jacob's funerals. Joseph flung himself upon his father and wept over him as he kissed him. Then Joseph ordered his physician in his service to embalm his father when the physician embalmed Israel. They spent 40 days at it, for that is the full period of the embalming, and the Egyptian mourned him for 70 days. When the period of the mourning was over, Joseph spoke to Pharaoh's household. If you please, appeared to Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, I am dying, bury me in my grave that I have prepared for myself in the land of the Canaan. So now let me go up to bury my father, then I will come back. Pharaoh replied, Go and bury your father as he made you promise on oath. So Joseph went up to bury his father, and with him went all of the Pharaoh officials who were senior members of his household, and all the other elders of the land of Egypt. As well as Joseph's whole household, his brother and his father's household, only their children and their flock and herds were left in the region of the Goshen. Chariot too and the horsemen went up with him. It was a very imposing retinue. When they arrived at the Goren Ha-Atad, which is beyond the Jordan, they held there a very great and solemn memorial service. And Joseph observed 7 days of the mourning for his father. When the Canaanites who inhabited the land saw the mourning of the Goren Ha-Atad, they said, This is a solemn funeral on the part of the Egyptian. That is why the place was named Abel Mizraim. It is beyond the Jordan. Thus Jacob's sons did for him as he had instructed them. They carried him to the land of the Canaan and buried him in the cave in the field of the Machpelah, facing on Mamre, the field that Abraham had bought for the burial ground from Ephron the Hittite. After Joseph had buried his father, he returned to Egypt together with his brother and all who had gone up with him for the burial of his father. Free from forgiveness. Now that their father was dead, Joseph's brother became fearful and thought, Suppose Joseph has been nursing a grudge against us and now most certainly will pay us back in full for all the wrong we did him. So they sent to Joseph and said that before your father died, he gave us this instruction. Thus you shall say to Joseph, Please forgive the criminal wrongdoing of your brothers, who treated you harmfully. So now please forgive the crime that we, the servant of the God of your father, committed. When they said this to him, Joseph broke into tears. Then his brother also proceeded to fling themselves down before him and said, We are your slaves. But Joseph replied to them, Do not fear. Can I take the place of the God? Even though you meant harm to me, God meant it for good to achieve this present and the survival of the many peoples. So now do not fear. I'll provide for you and for your children. By thus speaking kindly to them, he reassured them. Joseph remained in Egypt together with his father's household. He lived 110 years. He saw Ephraim's children to third generation, and the children of the Manasseh son Machir were also born on Joseph's knees. Death of the Joseph. Joseph said to his brother, I am about to die. God will surely take care of you and lead you out from this land to the land that he promised on oath on Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Then praying the sons of Israel on the oath, he continued, when God does take care of you, you must bring my bones up from this place. Joseph died at the age of 110. He was embalmed and laid to rest in a coffin in Egypt.